Police. E ako hoa o na hāpari nei, tēnā koutou. Nau mai haere mai ki tēnei hui. Ki te whakamana, whoops, I was going to translate that for you. Ki te whakamana I te hāpari, kia whakapiki te mauri me te ora taiao. Mā koutou e ni kaupapa I tūtiki. Ki te pōti mōku he tūmu whakārai ka motuhake e nei momo hui whaimana. Mā tauraurau, mā tōku raurau, ka ora ai tātou. So the greeting that I gave this morning is the one I've been practicing that has more resolution with me as the Chair of Community and Services. So it's just a very warm greeting to you all. And it talks about empowering the community and lifting the Māori, or the well-being, the life source of everyone, and the environment. It talks about how we work together to empower projects, and if we gather and empower these things, they will become normal. So it's all about your contribution and my contribution. Together we make progress. Tēnā koutou katoa. So good morning everyone, welcome to our visitors. It's not good to see you all here today. We do have some apologies and bits and pieces going on today, so apologies straight up. Ziggy for early departure for a friend's funeral. Councillor O'Leary is going to be late. I myself may be an early departure, which seems weird when you're the chair, but it's unlikely to happen because it's very end of the day. Deputy Ryan will step in for me. I'm just going to take my daughter up to an operation at the hospital. So other than that, I think that's it. So apologies be accepted, please.
Sorry, I may be leaving at 12:30 for about half an hour.
Okay.
Still going. Thank you.
Day. I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
Is
So
anyone going to be here?
Yes, they will be.
well, I'm going to be here at least until 2, so that's good. Thank you. You're going to be here, James? Excellent. Oh, you'll second it too. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Confirmation of the agenda. We are going to make a few little adjustments with your leave of the agenda, just because there are some people also in the audience who have a funeral to attend in bits and pieces, so we can just justify a few small changes. So can someone move that without me reading the whole lot of changes, a few small changes to the agenda is acceptable? Yes. Mangai, Tapora and Councillor Henry, all in favour? Carried. Are there any declarations of interest on the matters before us today? Councillor Henry.
On the matters on the Royal Kiwi House, I was a trustee on Parents' Place, and I just want to mention that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Any further?
I was, yeah.
Thank
Not
you.
anymore, not anymore. Yeah.
That's clear. Thank you very much for letting us know. Okay, there are no further declarations of interest. Okay, we will now move on to the public forum. And as far as I'm aware, we have 4 people who would wish to speak to us in public forum today. And the first up is Nancy from the Hamilton's Arts Trust. Nancy Cager, who's very well known to everyone here, I think. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. This is a change since I last came to speak to you. This particular one here? This one? Either or? Okay. All right. I will have to speak like a bullet train because I've only allocated 5 minutes. It's not always easy to do that. So, Boon came into being in 2015 in response to some of the issues facing our CBD, and because we love public art and we are passionate about our city. Street art has the power to transform public places. We want people to fall in love with Hamilton, to come to the city because it is creative and exciting. With 4 festivals and 43 murals under our belt, we are well and truly on our way. In 2018, we received a $7,000 grant under the Single Year Community Grants Fund for our 2019 festival. We applied for the event sponsorship grant but was turned down. The reason we were given then was that we have already received funding. So for our 2020 event, prior to our putting in our application, we did have conversation with HCC. There was no indication that we would not meet the criteria of the event sponsorship fund. Based on last year's feedback, we thus apply for the event sponsorship grant. The rejection of our application means that the only grant left for us is the minor events grant of less than $5,000. We would end up receiving less than last year's grant, which makes no sense as everyone would acknowledge that the festival has grown bigger, better, and more significant on the city's events calendar. Boon Street Art Festival has become a much-loved festival and is one of Hamilton's most anticipated events, appealing across all ages and diverse cultures. We are planning to extend the festival from 3 to 4 days next year, and like this year, we will collaborate with other groups to bring a bigger buzz to the event. Our budget for next year is $120,000. Our application was for $35,000. This means that for every dollar we receive from Council, we are committed to seeking another $2 from another source. We ask that you reconsider our application. An even better proposition is that Council grant us a multi-year grant of $35,000 per year for the next 3 years. We have already obtained a 3-year corporate sponsorship from one particular corporate, and this plus Council's multi-year grant will ensure that we can plan ahead with greater certainty. The criteria for the Council events sponsorship is threefold, and we believe that we meet all of the 3 criteria. The first one is exposure and promotion for the city. We receive a lot of media coverage from radio and the Herald, from staff, Radio NZ, Free FM, and so on. Jason Dawson, the CEO of Hamilton Waikato Tourism, has endorsed the festival, and they will promote it to their visitors and travel media. We have been approached by a Maori tourism company setting up in Hamilton to feature several of our murals as part of a walking tour around Kirikiriroa CBD to tell the story of Tainui Waka and her people. The US consulate is keen to engage with us should we wish to bring in a US artist. Through our social media platform, we are reaching audience nationally and internationally. 1/3 of our audience are from out of town. Our videos have reached over 40,000 viewers. Moreover, each of the Boon artists have large followings, and as they promote their artwork on their platform, they are also promoting their cities. For example, SQ1 has 93,000 followers, T-Way has 65,000 followers, Charles William, 16,300, Gina Kells, 18,300, Flocks, 14,700, and so the number goes on. None of us can boast of these numbers. Our own artist, Jeremy Shirley, represented Hamilton in Chengdu. They were so impressed with his presentation about our street art, they actually constructed a wall in the park for him to paint a mural on. They are also building a sculpture for Chengdu based on his design to commemorate the sister relationship of our 2 cities. Such exposure is beyond price and beyond measurement. Economic benefits for the city is criteria number 2. The Ministry of Culture and Heritage recognizes that the arts sector is an engine of growth for the New Zealand economy. In recent years, it has either matched or outpaced other sectors of the economy in terms of income, employment, and value added. The Ministry, with Creative New Zealand, has commissioned Infometrics to gather information on the economic characteristics of the sector. They recognize that a significant portion of the arts economy isn't captured by the data sets, thus making the resulting calculations rather conservative. We cannot provide hard data on nights spent in Hamilton by visitors as we have not measured it. Visitor number criteria favors ticketed events and disenfranchises festivals which are free for all to attend. Without ticket sales, we have no measuring mechanism in place, and we don't want to divert resources from the activity to finding a way of counting. Number 3, promoting pride and sense of place for Hamilton residents. In 5 years, we have come from nothing to a vibrant festival that leaves an indelible mark on Hamilton. The murals are featured on a lot of websites, including the Hamilton app's homepage. They have become a significant part of Hamilton's landscape. We are regularly receiving proposals from other groups who recognize the value that we bring. I just want to end with this particular quote from somebody on Twitter. This year, the event held so much more meaning coming on the heels of the Christchurch attack. I spent most of the weekend in town meeting fellow Instagrammers for the first time and talking to the artists. It brought everyone together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Very well expressed. Now, are you likely to come back and listen to the actual item?
Depending on the time.
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
Because councillors, I can't really, we've already I wanted you to be able to finish, so you've gone over time. So I'm not going to take any questions at this time. Sorry, but I will be very generous with allowing you to ask all the questions during the item. Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you, Nancy. I would think you were free to go for at least an hour or an hour and a half and come back before your item would be on the table. Just if that helps, or keep in touch with staff, or keep in touch with you as to when it's coming up, perhaps. We can do that. Thank you, councillors. The second person today for public forum is Roger Stratford, and he's talking to items 8 and 6. One's the Multicultural Settlement Trust, and one's my chair's report. Good morning, Roger.
Good morning, Paula. Considering the last speaker, I would have been quite prepared to have loaned 2 minutes of my time for her questions. My one's going to be quite brief. I'm going to speak briefly on the Chair's report and on the ethnic communities. The Chair's report, it's very much a prescient outline of what Hamilton's doing. It very much points toward the future, and I feel that the present and what we've been achieving right here and now should be uppermost in all of our thoughts. I just wanted to speak a little bit about my experiences with the ethnic community. I meet a lot of migrants. I live and socialise with migrants from all communities. I find that the young people are settling in very well, and one of the things I've found that just living in units of tenancies across the city, and the migrants don't always mix very well with Maori, and I find that sometimes I play a mediating role between the two sectors, and I wonder whether this is some general phenomenon we could have a look at. I'm not really sure, but I just feel that as a mediating role, Europeans have can provide some cohesion between the two groups that
So, Roger,
have yet to
you're
interface.
getting a little bit off the content of the report, so if you can just bring it back to your comments on what's actually in those 2 reports that you've named, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. I feel that we need to declare a culture emergency for the city. We are not working. There is some race relations problems in the city, and these should be dealt with over the next triennial term. I feel that May next year should be a time where we could revisit this issue in a more compact, formal, coherent sense. I'll be around until then, and I'd just like to just try and gather some of your thoughts on that. That is all I have this morning, and I wish the other contributors, I hope it goes well to hear these submissions. I'll be staying around to hear the item 8 on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger, and thank you for supporting Council always with your, with your feedback. We appreciate it. And I think you will find the report coming up that Ellie will present shortly very interesting to you. The next public speaker is Ted Wilson, and he's in support of Parents Place. Or would you like to reverse it, Christine? I've just got it on my list. So, Christine. Good morning, Christine.
Good morning, everybody.
And this is a very happy grandchild, isn't it?
Yes. And she really wanted to come with me, so
Oh, fair enough.
I guess you've got another generation of,
Yes.
people interested in the community coming up. Katie, are you able to join me? Oh, okay. Sarah, would you like to come up? Right. Thank you for your time, everybody. This is Sarah. She's from the Late Shade. Now, I am 20 years ago, when my children were young, I set up a charitable organisation called Parents Place Charitable Trust. And I did that because I could see that there was a lot of issues around all the parenting and childbirth groups, the volunteer groups. They had no home of their own. They were very distanced from each other, and it was difficult for young parents to get access to all the services that they had to offer. So a colleague from Home Birth, I was actually from Parents Centre, we joined forces and we set up the trust. Now, the purpose of the trust is to help and support those groups in pregnancy, childbirth and early parenting, the community groups. And we've been operating 20 years providing that support, mainly by way of a venue. And we were very fortunate during that time that Trust Waikato came in behind and supported us by buying a property for our use. And they built meeting rooms on that property, and we have been there for many, many years now. And we have been able, because we have valued the gift that Trust Waikato gave us that opportunity to have, we've been able to share that facility with many, many other groups. And so while we still have our priority, the groups, as I said, pregnancy, childbirth and early parenting, and Sarah's representing one. We've got Katie over there, she's representing Home Birth. We've got many, many other groups, and in the last 2 years we've catered to over 50 different groups, a wide variety of groups. And I've got some people up the back there. Ted is going to be speaking soon. He's from the School of Philosophy. They use the facility. I've got Noel there. He runs a strength and balance group there. There's Chrissy. She runs a bars access group there. We've got Penny. She runs a community food co-op, and they're here supporting us. But there's many, many other people who are not here, of course. And so we don't have access to that house anymore because Trust Waikato have sold the property. We have a lease until September. Come September, we have nowhere to go. Now, that means all those groups who relied on us for all those years will be homeless. Now, when I was notified of the sale coming up, I spent a lot of time looking at the available facilities in the city. And I have not been able to convince any of the groups to go to any of them because they're just not suitable for their purpose. Trust Waikato built their new building, and they've got meeting rooms there, but not one of the groups will go there. 2 of the groups tried it and found it just not conducive to the work they do. One woman from one of the groups, she's from the Late Shade, drove past and said she had a panic attack just thinking what it would be like having the children there because there's no safe place for children. So So this house at Ruakiwi Road is absolutely ideal for our purposes. It has multi-purpose rooms. It has an outdoor area that could be developed for the children in a safe way, and it is in a place that could be well advertised for the community to share in that facility. And so we have a need. We have a need for a property. You have a property that's just come available because the tenant has moved out and now it's just boarded up. Nothing's happening to it. So we're asking, could we please have that vacant building because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and so following on from you in support, is Ted speaking, or you are? Yes? Thank you. Thank you, Christine. Good morning, Ted.
Good morning. I'm Ted Wilson, and thank you for the opportunity to offer my support to the Parents' Place. The School of Philosophy from Auckland is a non-profit organisation and has been operating continuously for 60 plus years, and in Hamilton for well over 20 years. Like a lot of other places, we're a registered charity, and tutors and administrative people are volunteers and receive no payment for their services. That's pretty common, I would think. We look after people's well-being, a greater awareness of their own being and inner strength and peace. We've been fortunate in the Hamilton branch to use the Parents' Place premises for most of our 20 plus years in Hamilton, and we fitted into the community of the many organisations that use the premises, and we acknowledge the benefits to the citizens of Hamilton and the Greater Waikato region that the Parents' Place have made possible. They've accommodated us all, and we fit in by using the premises in the evening when most other groups don't want to. It suits us because we can book in advance for a year plus and have certainty of where we will be as a suitable venue for us. They've allowed us to have our storage cupboards and use of the kitchen facilities. And we, like many of the organisations that use the place, fit into what I would consider a community of people that look after the well-being of many generations in the Greater Waikato region. So I just want to add the support of ourselves and also the many other organisations that use the Parents' Place. It's a building that isn't just used a few mornings of the week, it's used many, many times during the week, even in the evening. So it has a full use, and for that reason it is of great benefit to not only the citizens in Hamilton City, but around the Waikato region as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ted. That's the end of our public forum, councillors. We're going to move straight on to some items where the visitors are here. So the first item, and have other responsibilities afterwards, is we're going to go to the Multicultural Services Trust first, followed by the Peak. So, good morning, Ellie. This is item 8, everyone. I don't know what page electronically, because for this time I've got a paper copy.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to come along and give you an update on what's happening in the settlement sector, issues and activities. So while I'm speaking on behalf of Hamilton Multicultural Services Trust, and we are a lead agency in the sector, I'm not speaking on behalf of the other agencies that we work with and collaborate with. I just want to talk this morning about three things. One, how are we since the Christchurch event, the 15th of March? Two, how well are we doing both locally and nationally in service provision? And I've got some nice surprises there for you. And three, the importance of the settlement sector in the city and the connection with the ethnic communities. So it's fair to say that we're all aware of the effect of the devastation of the act of violence on the 15th of March, not just to those immediately who have lost members of their families, but also to New Zealand as a country. So I just want to talk about a couple of things around this. The first is Hamilton demonstrated very clearly the importance and direct benefit of a connected, collaborative and strong settlement sector. Agencies were able to communicate quickly and respond well. Our relationship with the police meant we could come together effectively and talk about the practical requirements of keeping people safe, and also letting people know that their safety was the highest priority. And we work very closely with the police, and they come to many of our sector meetings, and we can put effective things in place to show the ethnic communities that our police aren't corrupt, that our police are here to support community, and that our police are here to make them feel welcome and safe. The centre played a key role in communicating with other sector agencies, providing a place for people to gather and also a place for people to come and pass on messages. What has come to our attention is that many from around the community were looking for guidance, support, counselling, a place to gather and to be able to express their disbelief, and also how to move forward. And in those first few days after Christchurch, there were many who reached out. Their natural place to come and look for support was the settlement centre, and while we were responding the best that we could, we were very clear that while we worked in that space, we weren't experts in that space, that we were just as confused, we were just as shocked as everybody. The one thing I found very interesting was the schools that reached out to us. I had phone calls from a number of school principals saying, we've got these really diverse multicultural communities. What do we do? How do we respond? How do we connect better in the communities? So we've been doing quite a bit of work since 15th March with Ministry of Education to talk about how we connect better in that space and support those families. I also want to mention that there are many in the community who are struggling to find ways to have the brave conversations that have generated out of 15th of March, conversations around racism, prejudice, assumptions based on race, culture, religion and discrimination. So these conversations are already in place and have existed within our community, and when we were saying this is not us, yes, it wasn't us, that act of terrorism wasn't us, but there was also elements of those conversations having. I think what has happened since 15th of March is we now have a platform where we can all be really brave and own what's happening and figure out ways to move forward and work together better to make us stronger. There's no better time than now to talk about it, and we're doing quite a lot in what we're calling building bridges at the moment. The relationship with the mosque has strengthened. I think you can see that's been really clearly demonstrated with lots of public activities around that. We as a sector are meeting separately to talk about how we address concerns that people are facing in their community around integrating and feeling part of the community. One of the things I wanted to talk about how we're doing that is we received funding from the Office of Ethnic Communities Development Fund to look at leadership within ethnic communities, and the Trust has a 12-month program in place which is funding 20 ethnic women who want to step into that leadership space, and they are being supported by 20 women from within Hamilton community. There's 14 different ethnicities within this group, and these women are a minority within a minority, but they are saying the time is right now for us to step up and to take a lead role. I'm really excited about this. This program's been evaluated by Waikato University Community Psych Masters students, and we're really hoping that we can demonstrate to the Office of Ethnic Communities that this is a worthy program to move forward. The conversations I've had with them is if it goes well here and we achieve some of the things that we hope to achieve, that they will look at this in other spaces around the country. An element of the program is based on is a project, and the project this year is based on the premise: what is it you see that is visible to you and not to others? And you can imagine this has generated lots of fantastic conversations. Two groups of women in the program are looking at developing tools to help with the conversation about racism and discrimination, which is very much visible to them, but they want to develop tools to help us all move forward. So yeah, that's pretty exciting, and that's something that I think after the event on 15th of March has provided even more of a want for these women to move things forward. Hamilton can be proud of the work that's done in the settlement sector, both locally and nationally. And the Trust is recognised as a leading organisation in the sector. And we're sought out by many organisations up and down the country. In fact, we are I guess you could say, the show ponies. Next week I've got a group of 6 people in MB, high up in MB, who are coming to visit the centre and look at how we do things. They're looking at how we're responding, and they want to take note of that and see how they can support others around the country. We hold the national contract with MB for information to newcomers in their first language, and it's called Info Now, and we are tracking well against our target languages. We currently completed negotiations with MB for the national contract for refugee driver training across 12 settlement sites in both the North and South Island. The driver training program started here at the centre 4 years ago with a small grant of $3,000 from Hamilton City Council. We wanted to pilot an idea where we had about improving driver licensing pass rates for newcomers, both migrants and refugees. Our model is now delivered in 7 sites around the country, and we're about to move to 12. So Hamilton does amazing stuff here that the rest of the country recognise and want to replicate. We also have the cycle training program for new refugee families as an introduction to transport solutions in Hamilton, and we work really closely with Hamilton City Council in the cycle space. Currently, we are looking to submit a proposal. In fact, that's been updated. It's now gone to the legal team at MB, so they've accepted our proposal to deliver a language line service where we may manage 40,000 calls a year. So there's pretty exciting stuff coming out of Hamilton. Just shows you don't have to be in Auckland or Wellington to lead the way. We're a very strong collaborative settlement sector. We are the envy of other places. We had a team fly up from Invercargill last year to spend a day with us to see how we work and what we do, and can they please have what we have down there. So I just want to talk about the importance of the settlement sector. The space is vital to how we work together, where community and government organisations gather, a place of envy of many other cities in the country. One of our long-term strategic goals is to secure and increase the settlement centre footprint on the park, and we're working very closely with Hamilton City Council. Fantastic team of people guiding me through the complexities of this happening. We operate at capacity, and we have a growing ethnic community, hence we need to increase the footprint. It's a much-loved space and is valued highly among many groups in Hamilton. For anybody who likes stats, I just want to throw just a few at you. Just last year, we did 5,658 interpreting jobs in Hamilton. 20 new refugee families received computers. 78 new skilled migrants achieved sustainable employment in their skill sector. 39 regular venue users used the centre. We had 10 lead sector agency meetings. We delivered 3,334 driving lessons. 140 licences were achieved by our new migrant community members, and 42 new refugee families received their driver's licence. And, you know, to have a driver's licence in New Zealand and Hamilton is a fantastic way of being independent and taking control of your own family and how you want to live your life during the day. I just also want to talk to a point that one of the speakers, Roger, mentioned about relationship with Māori. We work really closely in strengthening relationships with Māori. We know it's important. We are working very closely with our Trust, and we are working and engaging with them in tikanga, a tikanga experience, and developing a relationship with kaumātua. We deliver tangata tiriti workshops, and we have several of those planned next year. Our migrant communities really want to know the history of New Zealand, how it's developed and where they fit. So I just wanted to say that there is a lot going on in that space. Thank you. I probably am way under time.
That's fine, that is fine. You've done a great report. It's outlined the main areas you wanted to make, so that was excellent. We'll go into discussion or questions if there are any. No? You see, that's the good job that you did.
Well, I hope that is.
Oh, no, I apologise. There are, in fact, some now. That's good. Councillor Bunting.
I just want to make a comment. Thank you for what you do, and be very proud of the fact you are the envy of the country. Had the pleasure of being there a couple of times, seeing some of the great work you do, and particularly with the transport initiatives and the driver training. I was involved with WellTrust when you first wanted that car.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm really pleased to see it's working and empowering our new residents. So thank you for what you're doing for our wonderful city.
Thank you. Yes, WellTrust came on board in the beginning with that, and it's really made a big difference. In fact, we have 5 cars on the road now. Yep. And that model, like I say, is now being rolled out, recognised nationally as a really effective model.
Yep.
So, yeah, we can be really proud of that. Thank you.
Well, you're doing stunning work. I'm glad you're there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Casson.
Yeah, and thank you, Ali, because Hamilton's very lucky to have a centre like yourselves that help out. You know, over 5,600 interpreting jobs, about 15 a day. I know that in the police and immigration I used to use Decipher quite a bit.
Yes.
And it's a great service to have for new migrants and anybody we were speaking to. And I've been to several meetings at the Migrant Centre as well, along with Paula, with new migrants, and the MBIE Relationships Manager, Ben, who always attends those meetings as well.
Yep.
You'd know Ben pretty well.
Yes.
But just reiterating what Mark said, you do a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's appreciated.
We're almost into debate, but that is okay. I'm going to let it go because it's all good stuff coming out. Thank you. Councillor Henry.
I think it's... Oh, okay. I thought it was you first, Martin.
Apologies.
Ladies first. Look, Ellie, thank you so much for your report, and I just wanted to say something. Thank you for the celebrations that you do yearly, and maybe you can just promote it more to some of the councillors, for all of us to go every year, because it's what a special evening, and we really see the scope of what you're doing there, and celebrating the migrants that are achieving, and I think that's so important. So do more harder promotions, but otherwise love it what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. So you were talking about our annual graduation that we have.
Yeah.
Well, we do send out an invitation to all the councillors, and we would absolutely love. I know when people come along, it's just such a fabulous evening, and it's a great way to celebrate success and contribution, and it counteracts some of the deficit negative stories that are in the media. So thank you.
Apologies, Deputy Mayor.
Congratulations for the HMS Trust and all the fantastic work that you have been doing over a number of years, decade more. 2 decades. This has been a
a showpiece, and any visitors to the city are always incredibly impressed. I think we're second to none in this particular area. I am aware that the Trust is engaging with Council around some long-term issues, that is the footprint for their current location, and in order to raise philanthropic funding to expand the centre and to make it future-proof, they need to have a certainty of a council lease, long-term and footprint. I think that's going to be being further discussed, and there'll be something hopefully coming back to this committee in the near future, because I think it is very important that we as a council do give the Trust long-term certainty in terms of their current, I think, appropriate and ideal location. And I certainly will back up Councillor Henry in commending to all elected members and the community to, go along to some of the events and just see what an incredible work they do. I think most of us have done that, but it's a fantastic work, and all credit to you. And I think I'll just make one observation. We talked about leadership. In the groups of young people you will meet, our future MPs, future councillors, leaders of industries, philanthropics, not-for-profits, we are meeting our young citizens there, and I just want to commend all the work you do with them and their parents to help them on the journey, if you like, to be part of this broader community.
Thank you, Man. I appreciate that.
Mā ngai te pōra.
Kia ora, Ali. Thank you for your report and providing, I believe, a powerful story on how we're changing lives and welcoming refugees and migrants into Hamilton and the Waikato, and also providing an example across the country for others to follow. I did have a question around the evaluation, which is simply is it available and can we...
Yes, we are partway through the program, so we're hoping to have the evaluation report ready in November, and certainly can make that available. Yeah.
Excellent. Look forward to reading that. Also, thank you for outlining the relationship that you've built with the Rauawa Trust, and even outlining that there are tiriti workshops that go on. We would, as iwi, Waikato Tainui, Mana Whenua, look to have a more closer relationship. I understand that we provided support during March, but there's also so much more that we can give and offer.
Yes, so we, just in response to that, we have been invited by Momentum to be part of the group that is developing the guidelines for the new fund that's been sent up for inclusion, the Inclusion Fund, and Tainui are part of that conversation, so that's really exciting. And the conversations we've had to date is that we all need to do a lot more in that space.
Yep. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. We kind of did a lovely blend of questioning and debate there, but that's absolutely fine, worked well. So I'll move that the report be received. Do I have a second? Councillor Hamilton? And may I just say in closing, before we put it to the vote, thank you very much for your work and how exciting it is. Councillors, the developments that... Oh, you've just popped up, Mayor Andrew. Okay. Oh, we kind of just had it, but I will let you go to debate.
You continue.
No, it's fine. You can debate.
I just want to say thank you very much to your group for what you're doing. I don't have questions. I'm just very proud of what Lance's team is working with you on your upgrade and where you're heading. And I think that this site is the dead right site for where you should be. I spent time in the Middle East, and I've seen what happens in the evening as the sun goes down with playing football on the field and everyone else gathering around on the sidelines to talk about what happened during the day, and that's happening right there outside your settlement centre. And I think it's very appropriate, and I can't think of a better place that's in a better location than what we have for where you are. So I'm just very pleased that staff are working very closely with you on this expansion. And I can assure you that this council is very warm, the elected members, and want to encourage you to continue with where you're heading there, and I'm sure there'll be no pushback from elected members once this comes through.
Thank you, Mayor Andrew. And on that note, because what I was going to wrap up in saying is that councillors, most of you will be aware, but maybe a few are not, that there are plans afoot, very exciting plans afoot, to expand the centre that will enable the officers to move up and out of the way of the community use space. So the community use space will be bigger and being able to use more hours across the day for all of these growing activities, and also some improvements that might mean some of the performances that Ziggy and I regularly attend out in the park and off that balcony can be better supported too, with more space, more coverage for the weather and those kind of things. So Mayor Andrew's quite right, it's a lovely spot for this to be. So that comes to you in the August meeting, and then you'll see. And on that note, I want to say a big thank you to Ellie, because I pop into the centre from time to time, and Ellie is the person who runs the place, but also I can tell you she's become a consent application officer extraordinaire. So she's gone from knowing nothing about how you put consents into how you fill out quite a few forms, quite a few inches of paperwork to get a plan to extend a building. So, you know, that's how they have to be across all kinds of skill base. So for you personally, Ellie, thank you very much for the work that you've done on behalf of the organisation. We look forward to seeing it. I've had a sneak peek, but we look forward to seeing it in August. And thank you for your time today. We'll take the vote. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The next item we have is, yes, the Peak, the General Manager's presentation at the Peak. Now, the General Manager would have been here. She is the most fabulous, hard-working woman out on our behalf at the Peak, Liz. But Liz has been struck down by a flu. We all know there's so many of those going around, so if she could have got up and come here this morning, she would have, because we know her. But we've got Megan as one of our lovely trustees, and Lance to talk to the report instead.
I'm a lovely trustee as well, so I just thought I'd mention that. So is Paula. Thanks very much, Chair, and I just wanted to welcome Megan. Unfortunately, as Paula said, that Liz Khan, our manager for the Peak, unfortunately she's not very well. She's got the bug that's going around, and she's lost her voice, so she wouldn't have been much good today to talk about what's been happening at the Rotatuna Indoor Recreation Centre, Teipu Manawa o Rotatuna. So Megan and I are going to play a bit of a tag team today. Look, you've got Liz's report. It's based on the 2017-18 annual report, which actually came to an AGM of the trust a couple of months ago now. So apologies for the lateness. Obviously, we're hoping to get another report, an update report before the election, which I'll just put a summary in my GM's report. I think we've got another meeting in September, so just a bit of an update on how we're going this calendar year as well. So some of the information's a little bit out of date, but we've got a bit of a presentation here, and happy to answer any questions. Just around the trust itself, most elected members are aware of how the facility actually came about, the partnership facility. We have a Board of Trustees that has myself and Councillor Southgate on it as reps from Council. Michelle Hollins, who's the Chair, she's from Sport Waikato. Cheryl Christini, Ken Williamson and Megan from the school/MOE side of things. So a reasonably tight-knit group. We meet regularly, and Liz reports into that group just around the performance month by month, and we've recently been going through strategic planning process as well, so we'll probably just we don't want to repeat what's actually in the report, but we've got a few slides here just to talk about what's coming up going forward, and just what the Peak and the trust is all about. So it's not just about a facility, it's about activation as well. So just looking at what the vision is for the facility. So like I said, it's not just about providing facility. The aims of the trust deed is to actually also have a healthy, physical, active community, and which obviously ties in with objectives of Sport NZ and the government, obviously with our play strategy as well. That's an important pathway that council's promoting, and we've called it a play strategy. So obviously this facility, with the activation of it's a really important way of actually bringing that strategy to life as well. So some of the priority areas, I'm going to hand over to Megan here. She's going to help me through this.
Thanks. Actually, I'll just touch on one area first. So the name of the peak, Te Pūmanawa or Rototuna. So the peak came about because the facility actually looks towards Parongia, and we worked with Ngāti Wārere, the mana whenua who have a strong relationship with the schools on the naming, and so Te Pūmanawa came through as the heart of the community and actually bringing people together. So that's, I guess, the genesis for that. So as far as our priority areas, our first is Oranga Hoora, which is healthy lifestyles. So that's particularly supporting sport teams within the schools, but also within the community clubs and the like, and also growing participation, not just in sport but in recreation activities and the like as well. And then we have Oranga Mataranga, which is the education pathways, obviously being on the school site and the relationship between the peak itself and school. We're looking at, we're not just looking at sporting activities, we're actually looking at meaningful, authentic learning opportunities as well, and enabling all of our students to sort of reach those curriculum goals. Our third is Oranga Hopora, which is community connections. I think just about everyone around the table here remembers that there were no facilities or anything in Rototuna, and already the peak is showing what an important piece it is out there to bring people together. And we're really, really keen on making sure that we're responsive, but also we're inclusive too. And breaking down those barriers, and so you'll see that our annual plan's already looking at a whole range of different groups of people to work with that we've worked with already, but also going into other sectors as well. So our fourth is Oranga Waiaro, which is partnership delivery. So, and that has grown from the schools, ministry and council partnership, and recognising that we're all stronger when we work together. So we're looking at who else we can work with, we're looking at clubs, we're looking at codes, we're building on our own customer service, we're growing our team, and we're ensuring that the model is as financially sustainable as possible.
So just to refresh your memories around the partnership model, so the devil's always in the detail of these things, and there was quite a bit of negotiation at the start with the Establishment Board of Trustees. We were fortunate that people like Megan and other probably positive and like-minded people all got together and really wanted to get a win-win-win out of this for sporting codes, for the community, and also for the education outcomes that the school provides. So, but really to get the best bang for buck. So you have these big facilities, and quite often sporting facilities aren't used. The occupancy can be relatively low for the investment that's put into them. So you can actually see here there was. You always need a document, an agreement, something on paper to fall back on. We have to say we haven't had to fall back on this agreement because there's the way that Liz is operating the facility, working with Chris, the sports coordinator, and Natasha, and others at the school. And with the codes, there's a really good relationship where if there's any issues or even opportunities, those are actually worked through in a mature way. There's regular meetings, there's good dialogue, and you'll see in the statistics that, we're up to 74% occupancy, which is pretty good. But you actually see the bang for bucks here between taxpayers' dollars and ratepayers' dollars for the, for the well-being of Hamiltonians and also the students who go to the school. So there's about a 60-40 split, and that can change from time to time over school use versus community use. So you can just see that on the chart there, and that sort of shows the over the 7 days the use of the 4 courts there and how they're allocated. Just a quote here from Braden Lissington, who's who worked for Waibot Football and also is I think he's a New Zealand representative for futsal. He's just taken off to the UK with his partner. But Braden's a bit of a guru around futsal, but a very fast-growing sport. And you can see from this quote that it's basically become the home of futsal in the Waikato with the 4 courts, and also there's a FIFA-sized court which actually runs down the length of the facility too if they want to play an international. So it's really good to see that a growing sport like this and others is getting very well utilised. Obviously volleyball, netball, basketball and badminton as well utilise the facility, but not just there's a whole bunch of other types of things happening in there as well. You saw a photo previously of the Kaumatua Games that were there, which was very successful. I think Councillor Southgate, I think you attended part of that and saw that for yourself. And there's been, and obviously council's had our open days there as well. We've had a couple of those in the last 9 months. So some of the wins, I talked about the average occupancy. We want to increase that. There's always the late at night and some of the earlier times on the weekends and things like that. So getting that from 74% and making sure that the facility is absolutely providing value for money for everyone. Establishing a system for court bookings. My experience with those, everyone looks at very expensive systems and things like that, but Liz actually went to the internet and found one that was reasonably cheap and it's probably not perfect, but it does the job. And so we've been really lucky having Liz as the manager because she's a very pragmatic person. She's very experienced, worked for Belgravia in Australia, ran some very large facilities over there. She's learnt things the hard way as well as the easy way, and she's applied those learnings to actually setting up the facility. And as I said, that partnership with the high schools is absolutely crucial, and she's she's very good at interpersonal relationships too. But the other thing is is not just about running the facility, but Liz is very keen and has actually employed a programs coordinator to actually engage all parts of the community, from preschoolers, obviously Sport Waikato, have a big push around women and young women and girls, getting them involved in physical activity, whether that's sport or dance or other things. But also, there's a number of activities happening at the Peak around just people can rock up as families and just shoot some hoops and things like that, and they've been quite successful too. And the things that we're venturing into now is a school holiday program there as well. Obviously a community that's growing, and there's a lot of young folk up that way, and parents obviously want to make sure that they're well cared for and have good programs during the school holidays. I'll give you the next.
Thanks. I get the challenges. Unsurprisingly, court space and actually meeting the demand for it is a big issue for us, and we can certainly see the upside of further court space being developed in the city. Additionally, with large tournaments, with kapahaka festivals and various other things, having additional breakout spaces is something that is a shortage on the site, and something we're looking into. The general community utilisation at off-peak times. So that's particularly for the one court during the school hours and some downtimes on Sundays, for example. So just looking at how you activate those spaces and things like that, and again, what Lance was just alluding to, the programs managers doing some really cool work in that area. And also just growing participation numbers in some of the community programs. And some of those community programs are things like sort of similar to your sort of mainly music for the under fives and things like that. So there's plenty of opportunity there in that one.
And just to finish off with the future, Liz is just looking at honing service delivery and just at the facility and working with her staff. Actually working with the school, there's a number of staff, most of them are part-timers, but giving opportunities to Year 13 students to actually earn a few dollars and learn a few skills in the recreation industry. So that's coming along and working closely with the school, and I think that's quite exciting because young folk always not often choose the recreation sector to go into. So I think it's something which we need to promote further, because my experience from the parks and other parts of the recreation industry is that there has been a bit of a drop-off in that area over the past decade, but we really need, like most industries, young folk to come through to take over from the grey-haired people like me in that side of the industry. Promoting recreation programs, you can see on the screen there, obviously we want to get work with our more mature community. We talked about young women and girls, getting young folk in there. And a real area we can work on is Māori and Pacific Island people as well, and getting them involved in different programs and getting them in. And so they just don't think it's some sort of Pākehā sort of facility or anything like that. And obviously then working with people who have a disability and working with ParaFed and different organisations. There's quite a bit of that happening at the moment. We're trying to grow that as well. Megan alluded to, we've had a bit of work done just looking at the way the facility was designed was where the changing rooms and the reception is. There's actually space up there for a mezzanine floor, so there's breakout spaces for community groups, sporting codes, that sort of thing to use. Sometimes the facility is quite busy, but we're getting, obviously we don't want this to end up competing with the community hub down at the suburban centre that we're involved with at the moment, and there's a paper a bit later today about that. But just looking at options there and how that could be utilised. The school are quite keen on some extra space as well. Storage is a bit of an issue too. And then just the trust is definitely open to looking at this model and applying it to other areas. We've had a bit of a chat about Te Rapa Sports Drome, but we're thinking that, there may be other things, and something that we're discussing with Maria's team at the moment. We've got those new sports fields opening. Could the Peak actually, obviously working with all the schools there and the different clubs and the codes, could the Peak actually take over the bookings of the fields and that sort of thing, and actually looking at Hamilton City Council thinking and actually operating in a different way where we actually might get better community outcomes because of that. So we'll leave the presentation there and happy to answer any questions either on the presentation or the report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Lance. I will just say, if you've never been to the Kaumātua Games at the Peak, do, because you can't stop smiling all day, eh? It's just so much fun. Councillor Mallett, you're first for questions.
Thank you, Lance, and thank you, Megan, for your unpaid time involved. Look, on your accounts, so it's page 20 on your account, on the accounts, but it's page 71 in our agenda. I'm not too sure what document you've got in front of you. Could you just give us a breakdown on the notes to performance report, your analysis of revenue? Can you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So it's in the middle of the page there. So the first one starts off with funding, which is a pretty bland description. So that's $385,000. What's that?
So they were grants to pay for the fit out of the sporting equipment. And if you go to page...
it's broken down somewhere, is it?
22, there's, it's under number 5, property, plant and equipment, and it talks about further down there's additions to sporting equipment. So when the facility was built, it was basically what council put the $4.5 million into with MOE. Was essentially building the shell, the floor, the air conditioning, all that sort of stuff. The fit out of things like the shot clocks, the nets that come down, the futsal goals, the badminton nets, the volleyball, all that sort of stuff. The trust raised money for that, so that's the revenue from that, and then on that page it shows the expenditure on that for that equipment.
Okay, so that is grants. That's not pay for use stuff. That's okay.
Correct. Yeah. So that's like from
funding grants.
Funding grants from different philanthropic trusts.
Okay, so the council's operating grants about 100,000. Okay, that's pretty clear. So we, just fill me in, do we give you a maintenance grant and that's set, or is that just the maintenance
No, there's a formula.
Okay.
The MOE has a formula. They have 2 formulas. So we pay a maintenance grant. They have a formula of a certain dollar figure per square metre of that type of building.
Yep.
And that was in the original cost sharing agreement that we had with them. So that's set on that. Obviously, the Trust's finances at the moment are reasonably healthy. With the facility being reasonably new, there's certain maintenance, but then there's maintenance that will probably come a bit later in the piece. So it's just about squirreling that away. So when we have to change a net or a motor or something like that, then there's actually money there for that and that sort of thing. So that the operating agreement was negotiated around that figure I showed about the percentage of use.
Yes.
And that was a bit of a we went off what other similar facilities had experienced. So we've been reasonably accurate on that.
Good,
we've found. So we're doing okay. The other thing, we've probably been a bit lucky. We've had the Trust Waikato grant for 3 years for salaries of staff. That does run out next year. So then the finances will still be healthy, but it will be a little bit more challenging for the Trust to make sure that we remain in the black and make sure that we've got maintenance money and that sort of thing. But we're reasonably confident about that.
And the other half of your income, well, not half of your income, but the other area of income is you're charging for goods and services, which is presumably court time and things like that. Is that, do you expect that to increase, or are you sort of maxed, like, is there just no capacity, like you talked about, off-peak times?
We're hoping to increase that, so we are hoping to increase that. Look, it won't
substantially?
It won't be significant.
Okay.
So we've just been going through a business planning process for the next 3 years. We haven't quite finished that yet. So Liz put up some draft figures. The Trust has actually said we wanted some more information. We wanted to look at the utilisation during school holidays. How much could we make out of school holiday programs? How much could be made from that fourth court that Megan talked about midweek and that sort of thing. So that's where we're honing in on. So you could be looking at a 10 to 15% lift, but we haven't quite worked that out yet. So we're hoping to have a bit of a lift there. That will be that will be a finite amount. Obviously, you've got X amount of court space and that sort of thing, and then you've got to go into reviewing fees and charges and things like that.
And you're dealing with non-for-profit users as well, 9 times out of 10, I assume, as well. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but that's going well, and we do the bookings, and we try and work with the codes, because obviously most of them are volunteers and people putting their hand in their own pocket. So we try and get that mix between being business-like, but being also cognizant of that we're dealing with sporting codes and people who are doing this voluntarily and that sort of thing. But generally, it works very well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, and thanks, Megan and your team of trustees for the work that you do on this. It's a great model and it's working well. My question is around the comments that Liz made in her report, and you may not be able to answer that, but she's thanked the 4 gaming trusts for the substantial amount of money, which isn't easy to work out from the financial statements as to how much they provided for both capital and for operating costs. I'm just, have you got contingencies in place, say, for the ongoing operating costs, should the gaming trusts not be in a position to...
So I can answer that straight away. So the gaming trust aspects were for specific equipment, not for operational.
Well, she says contributed to the operating costs and equipment purchases in her report. I can understand the equipment purchases.
Yeah, so the Trust Waikato part is related to operating. And she may have just piled them in there. I think she just piled those in there.
So the gaming trusts, you're not dependent going forward on
not at all.
Gaming trust money for operating costs?
Wouldn't expect so, no.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson?
Thanks, and firstly, as a user, I'd like to thank the Trust for the work they've done. I use facilities like this all over Waikato, Bay of Plenty and Auckland areas at times, right through almost every one in Hamilton. And this is by far the most effective and friendly to deal with of all of them. So pass that on, please, to the staff. Look, a couple of questions to do with one with the mezzanine, because we certainly, as the organisation I work with, find that a real problem, not having a staging area for the sport. What's the timeline and budget lines that you're thinking? I don't need to know exact dollars. What are you thinking of when you think of doing it? It was identified, I know, in the pre-build as a potential thing that might be needed, and you've said yes, it would be very useful.
Yeah, so we've certainly identified that as sooner rather than later, and the reason being for exactly what you're talking about, for things like refereeing, meetings and all those sorts of things as well. When you're running a tournament, obviously you need those breakout spaces away from players and things like that. So we're on a timeline, probably the next 6 to 12 months. So, yeah. So we're already partway down that process.
The Trust's got to make a decision. We've had some concepts done and some initial costings, and Trust's got to make that decision, and then we'll be working out a funding plan, and obviously we need to talk to the school, we'll need to talk to codes and that sort of thing, because there'll be all the detail that we need to work through, rather than just saying this is what you're going to get. So we'll obviously work with people on that. So there's a keenness at the Trust to actually get on and do it. The school's quite keen as well. So yeah.
Oh, good. So a couple other questions. One was you mentioned the potential future possibility of running bookings for other things like the fields and Te Rapa Sportsdrome, and I'd say it was needed yesterday. What's the prognosis there? Because this is something that I know the forerunners of this committee identified as a problem in Hamilton years ago, of all sorts of disparate booking systems for school gyms and other public facilities like this all over the place, and no central point to go to. And if you were, especially an organisation wanting to start something new up, or get an event going, and where would you go? You'd probably have to ring 15 literally different places at the moment to find somewhere. What's the prognosis for consolidating in that area?
I think that's probably a little bit more challenging, but that's something that the Trust has talked about. I've spoken to Liz about it quite extensively, and we think that we'd probably have to work with some of the larger high schools first, who might have the wherewithal to actually be able to change the booking system and get links and things like that. I'm no IT expert, but we're happy to get Mike Lamb and his team involved in that discussion. So I think we'd probably be looking at the larger facilities first to try and get some links there, so that if you're from volleyball, you can actually have a look at the different places, while you're doing your bookings, full stop. So some of probably the smaller facilities that might be a bit more challenging, but that's something we definitely want to work on. And I'm actually meeting Boys High next week just to have a bit of chat about a number of things, and that'll be one of them.
Speak to Chris's wife, she runs the bookings there.
They're the second best. The last one was the equipment problems that you've had. You give us, things not quite being fit for purpose. The fit out didn't quite work for at least 2 or 3 sports,
Looking to resolve all that for the major sports by the end of the calendar year.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But we were disappointed as well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Mangai, Ollie.
Thanks, Megan and Lance, for your report. Just a couple of questions. How were the acoustics for the Kapahaka competition?
It was actually pretty cool. Surprisingly, because you never really know with different facilities how that'll work. So it was particularly for the intermediate school festival. And it was amazing how, I went in there a couple of times and I was pretty impressed with, considering you can get the bounce, if you know what I mean, but it seemed actually pretty good.
Great. Good to see a good community model with diversity of sports and activities using the space. I was really interested in the futsal and knowing that they were short for space across the city. So speaking on their behalf, they're happy now that you've got a consolidated location that meets the capacity requirements for futsal and the growth.
Yeah, are futsal happy with that? Yeah, they're over the moon. And also, I'm also chair of Te Kuranui or Rotatuna, which is the high schools. And I can tell you also from a school point of view, we've got the highest number of futsal teams out of any schools. And so we've seen futsal, badminton and table tennis go through the roof as far as participation and from first time participation in those sports as well. So, yeah.
And so the peak's meeting the requirement for the capacity of those growth sports?
No, well, yes and no. So futsal still requires to have some competition in other, I think 2 other locations I think they use now. Ideally, if you see the university indoor space go ahead, then you'd effectively have 2 large spaces when you could run really cool, serious regional, international tournaments then, which would be really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Ryan.
Sorry, just a quick one. I assume it's pretty straightforward, but the recommendation from the auditor, PKF, they made 7 recommendations to you guys. It looked fairly business as usual, so I assume there's no issue there.
So I think almost all of those are resolved already. As you can imagine, it's been, just over a year, getting things up and running, so it was ticking stuff off more than anything. Yeah.
Thank you, councillors. I think a point to make here is that, like lots of trusts, the setup is one phase, ongoing long-term operational is another. We're sort of washing our own face quite well at the moment and building business, but it might be something in another couple of years as things bed down that we as a council need to consider how we support ongoing operational potentially. So I'll just put that in the mix, and we're just going to receive the report. So all in favour? Oh, I'll move it that it be received. Councillor Casson will second. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're going to just quickly do the item on the Ruakiwi residential property, and then we will take a 10-minute break for morning tea. Good morning. So we can take this report as read, and we have heard from people in the public forum. So this is the moment, councillors, for you to drill into any of the detail and the questions. I'm happy to move the staff recommendation with a change to C, which is not that the building will be demolished, but that the report gets returned to council should this proposition not fly. That the how would I word that, Lance? It's just the C on the recommendation. It says, notes that should a building upgrade not be viable, the building would be demolished and returned to green space. I want to have C saying that notes that should not a building upgrade not be a viable option, the report should come back to council.
Yeah.
Is that all right? Thank you. So I've moved. Would anybody second that? Deputy Mayor Gallagher, thank you. Questions now. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. A couple of questions about the building and then about the process. Has the building not been kept up to livable standard, rentable standard?
So in short, no, and with the changes to legislation, the building itself is an unreinforced masonry construction and it hasn't been brought up to today's standards along the way.
Well, my understanding of the some of these standards to residential rental buildings relate to things like insulation. Unreinforced masonry, you'd probably, if there was a problem, you'd probably have to knock down half the older houses in Hamilton.
Okay, so Emily's team and facilities are looking at all our residential properties with a view to the basics, the insulation. This property became vacant, so it was an opportunity for her team to go in and have a closer look. So they uncovered the lack of insulation, which we would have had to do if it stayed in tenancy. The other wider look that her team is taking on our residential properties is, are they adding value to our business in terms of just renting them to a residential? Is there a different way we could do that? It just happened that this property became vacant first, and then the opportunity with Parents Place came up at the same time, so we felt it was best to bring this property to elected members.
Okay, I can appreciate that then, but if we were leasing a building, council-owned building, to any organisation for any purpose, would it not have to be fit for purpose at our expense before we did that? I'm a bit concerned about saying to a community organisation, yeah, you can have it, but you guys have to get it up to scratch. That's essentially what this is saying.
Yes, it is. What has been uncovered when the property team looked at this particular property is it's not just the basics that need to be done on this house, so there is some structural concerns, and they need to get a proper and full engineering assessment before we can understand what they are.
Yeah, but hang on, my question's relating to your comment, they have to get. Shouldn't we have to get that done? That was the purpose of my question. Aren't we responsible for having it structurally sound, leasable?
I guess you could look at that two ways, that again, because the opportunity became available, the council report, if we were considering in a purely council sense, you would say that the house itself is no longer required for council business. The costs to bring it up to that standard would be excessive, and so we looked at it like
but we haven't quantified it. We don't know. Are we telling them it's going to cost them $500,000, or is it going to cost them $5,000? Surely we should be getting at least a condition assessment of it, so that we have one of those first glance sort of looks, and then we know, it's a pig in the poke at the moment.
So we did have our facilities unit go out and do a visual building condition audit, so just a visual one initially. So they came back with a full report on their visual assessment and said that it's in very poor condition. There's a number of areas of concern regarding the structural construction, so that's around the foundations and the movement, the house has moved, issues with water tightness and also electrical compliance. So that was from a visual condition audit, and they recommended we'd have to do a full structural and condition audit, which would cost 10 to 20K to understand the exact figures around what it would cost to bring it up to a good standard.
So we're saying to Parents Place with this recommendation that 10 to 20K, you guys go off and spend it, and not knowing whether anything's going to come out of it.
If I can be helpful, my understanding was, just correct me if I'm right or wrong here, that Parents Place identified this opportunity and actually understood the condition of the house as far as what we know so far, and were comfortable, because they think it's just such a fantastic location.
That's not my...
I know, I'm just saying that they knew and they offered to take this place over, so I'm just putting that as a part of the context, Dave.
Okay. I'm talking about our responsibility as the
I
owner of a
understand that.
building that may be being used by the public. Don't we have a responsibility to at least quantify what the issues are? We've done part of that work, obviously. We've identified how much it'll cost to do a proper audit, between 10 and 20,000, though I might have missed that in the report. I didn't see that. But don't we, knowing that, need to do some more work before we could let the public use it? In this case, Parents' Place, because they would be running a public place of assembly, as per our sort of normal district plan type rules.
So that is a decision that council could make, and we could get the $10,000 or $20,000 report done. We're expecting that report is going to tell us that there's a further $150,000 to $200,000 worth of work that needs to be done in terms of getting fixing up the structural concerns, and that will be at the higher end of what we would expect. But so yes, council could make that decision.
Shouldn't we have been told that sort of information so we had at least the ballpark idea?
It is in the report.
It's in Councillor David points 35 and 36.
Yeah. But so where's the discussion about our responsibility to quantify those and do the work if we're leasing something that we have with any other building we've leased?
I think, as Councillor Paula said, though, that this building was reasonably run down, and in any asset management plan, there's two ends to the spectrum. There's one where you might dispose of an asset as well, and if something comes to the end of its asset life. What we're saying here is obviously the prospect is if that Parents' Place wanted to use it, then we're saying that they would have to find the money to actually upgrade it, and then obviously to do that they need to know what actually needs to be done, which is $10,000 to $20,000. But council has got the option, if you want to make an amendment, is to actually for council to spend that $10,000 to $20,000 to provide them with the accurate information on what needs to happen. Our responsibilities, yes, if we were going to lease it, our recommendation as staff that probably the condition it's in and the amount of money that would be spent on it, if it was going to be ratepayers' money spent on it, our recommendation would be that we probably wouldn't do that because it's a significant sum of money. I think where we're heading here is probably, with these sorts of buildings, we probably don't have a lot of good strategic policy guidance on where we're heading with community facilities, because as you know, we have an eclectic sort of portfolio of a whole bunch of different properties. Some we've always owned, some we've inherited, all those sorts of things. So I think that's another piece of work that we're going to be doing over the next year or so, just so that, and we'll bring that to the new council about where do we want to be in this space as a council going forward, so that we do have some guidance when these opportunities or these challenges arise.
You're talking about whether it's the right sort of thing, whether it's good for the ratepayers' money, whether we should spend that. Isn't another way to skin that cat to get it up to scratch if you think it's physically capable of being done, and then to reflect the cost of that in the lease? Yeah, that's another way that, I mean, we've done up buildings for future leaseholders in the past, and with the agreement that they will pay a certain amount on the lease, which reflects the cost of upgrading buildings.
We have. I think the challenge here is we don't have money in the LTP for this, so that's the reason why we made this recommendation. But I understand your point.
There's a matter of urgency here too, with the deadline. I think September.
The last question, I mean, we've had other buildings quite recently, the bowling club for one, where the group was going out of existence, building needed some work, and we opened up for expressions of interest. Has any other expressions of interest been sought for this?
So this one, in a technical sense, doesn't sit in the community occupancy space because it's not currently a community occupancy building. The short answer is no. Again, we felt that there was two opportunities aligning that we would bring to council for your consideration.
Okay, thanks.
And those opportunities were driven from Parents' Place themselves, who had done a reconnoitre, if you like, around town, and they noticed this, they asked about it, and it kind of went from there.
Question. Why the building's going from residential to commercial, an unreinforced, that means it needs an earthquake rating report, an unreinforced concrete building is not going to stand up to the change of use. It's going to be fine if we leave it residential, but this is no longer residential. So have we gone to the basics of an earthquake report, because that's where we're going to have to go if we're going to use it for commercial use?
I'll allow that one question to be answered, but you...
Well, it's
but there is
ludicrous that we're going down this line with a building that needs demolishing.
There are 5 or 6 other people also waiting to question, but...
No, but it's just fundamental. It seems we've overlooked it.
It's not deemed a commercial property.
doubting that,
They're a non-for-profit organisation.
It's still a commercial, it doesn't matter whether you're non-commercial, it doesn't matter whether you're
Mayor Andrew, this is
a charitable
debate,
trust or not, you still need an earthquake report because it's being used for commercial use.
Mayor Andrew, this is debate that you're entering into, though.
No, it's not.
I have... You've had your question answered. I would like to go to the questions in order that they are here, and you're welcome to ask some questions at the bottom of this list. Mangai Ollie.
Chair Maria, tell me, why was that asset allowed to degrade over a period of time and at the moment?
My understanding is that our budgets were cut in 2011 for these types of buildings, and it was bare minimum renewals, so renewals as they break rather than planned renewals, which has led to what it is today.
Second question is, it's quite a considerable amount of money at the top end that's put on the report. Does Parents Place have access to that type of capital to make the structural repairs required, potentially?
So Parents Place would be seeking a grant to undertake the work, as I understand it. They also may have access to in-kind, so specialist services in-kind as well.
And that those repairs would need to be made before taking occupancy in September?
Yes, so absolutely. What we're faced with is a building that isn't in a state where we could let it to anyone in its current form. This opportunity arose. Parents Place were keen for that particular site and understood the challenges with it.
And no other community groups interested in using the space?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. Just regard to the trust itself, I was just trying to find on the charities register. Do we know the current trustees in the Parents Place? Because when I try and find it, it goes to an Auckland trust, and I don't know if this sits as a part of their umbrella or...
So, Parents Place Charitable Trust is their charity name, and we've got Genevieve Norris and Christine Cave.
Is it registered in Waikato or Hamilton? It'll have a place of address sort of...
Yeah, Hamilton, Claudelands, at their current address opposite the Migrant Centre on Boundary Road.
Okay. Would you, separate to this, would you mind sending me that link? Because I couldn't see it separate from the other, the other Parents Place Charitable Trust in Auckland.
You got it?
Cool. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Bunting?
Thank you. Hoping to foreshadow an amendment. Do I need to do it right now, or can I do it?
It's useful to do it now to help us prepare for...
I'll send the wording to Becca, but I'll just foreshadow that I'm going to put up an amendment in the meantime. Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of questions. Thank you for your report. So if it's in that... I was trying to piece together what you said today there before. If it's in that dodgy condition that it has to be boarded up, why hasn't it been kept up to scratch as a rental property?
So the reason that it's been boarded up is due to its location, and it has been subject to some break-ins. So the best way to protect the property was to board it up while we're deciding what to do with it.
So it's been sitting vacant, basically?
Yeah, so the tenant moved out, and I understand the tenant had some issues with break-ins, and the facilities team took the step to board it up to protect.
Okay, thank you. just regards the trust itself, I noticed this year there's two trustees. I had a look at their financial positions over the last few years and who the trustees were, etc. Are you confident that they could raise this kind of money based on their financial performance of the past sort of 7 or 8 years?
I guess how they've been operating in the past few years is in purely operational model. Christine and another representative, Michael Grayson, came and met with me, and they are confident. They would like to be given the opportunity, as I said, because the house was vacant and, you know, they've presented an option. We felt like it could be worth exploring.
Okay. Look, I'll try and get an answer out of you as a question I wanted to ask that lovely gentleman who spoke before from the Philosophy Society, etc. I noticed in their purpose and structure, it's all about parenting and complementary services, etc. What has that organisation, I hope you can answer it, got to do with parenting?
So they run a number, well, my understanding is that they provide a place. And so predominantly it's centred around parenting, but they're not exclusive to anyone coming into their place. And I've got a list here of people that they accommodate. All kinds of things. The School of Philosophy, practical philosophy classes, breathing exercise class for seniors, care and support committee meetings. I'm happy to circulate the list.
Yeah, okay. The reason I'm asking that is I thought the charitable purpose had to line up with their operation, and I'm just wondering about, I certainly don't want to go into any derogatory ground here, but their reliability is what they say they are set up to do, or consistency, if you like.
I guess, again, referring to the list of, there are hypnobirthing, children and baby clothes swaps, natural fertility.
Yeah, exactly.
It predominantly is
yeah.
directly related, but I would have to,
Just to add to that, they essentially, their key services, I guess, is providing the facilities or the spaces for all these groups to come together. And my understanding is the value is that connection, the social connection between all those groups and potential, relationships, partnerships, but also providing a really homely place for parents. And obviously the parents are coming with their children and they want to feel safe and secure, and they also offer an outdoor connection. So at their current place, for example, they have veggie gardens and things, so it's having a play space for children as well. So they're really a facilitator in terms of providing the spaces for all these groups to meet. Obviously, if it was a viable option, they'd still need to go through the process of submitting a lease application. So that's another process in itself in terms of where we would look at sustainability of the group and their eligibility.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll get onto the suitability in just a wee second, but what's the Immunisation Awareness Society? What is that? Because it was in your report here as one of the...
They're just one of the groups that use their facility spaces. I'm not aware of the group, the purpose of that particular group.
Okay.
That is one of the groups that use their spaces. But they've got over 30, 40 groups that use their spaces.
Right, I get you. Okay. Why? I mean, I get that it's convenient that they turned up at the same time, or found that building, as it were, or sorted out that building, and big ups to them. But couldn't anyone do that? And why are we giving them preferential treatment over any other community group?
again, I guess it was the opportunity that presented itself with the specific needs of this particular building and a group that weren't opposed to accommodating those specific needs.
Say again, sorry?
It's all about timing and staff taking a pragmatic approach to their approach to council. As I think Councillor Dave alluded to, all things being equal, if there hadn't been the crisis with them having to move out of the facility and them approaching council with this opportunity arising, we would either have recommended to dispose of this asset or to go to an EOI process, but that wasn't going to work. We knew that you would ask that question around an EOI. Sometimes I think in life we do have to make pragmatic calls and that sort of thing if opportunities do arise.
So what do you mean by pragmatic?
Well, I think just that there is an opportunity there. From what we could gather, even though we haven't advertised it, we haven't seen a lot of groups that would want to use a facility like that. But I think it's just going back to my comment to Councillor Dave before that, we don't really have a very good policy framework around this and what our role is in this space with our eclectic bunch of buildings that we have around the city. So I think once we get better clarity around that, then I think staff would have better guidance. Look, to be honest, we do get approached by different groups at times that, you know, and we generally try and go through a robust, fair and equal process. But there's been other times where we've actually come forward where, you know, opportunity has arisen and we've brought that to elected members' attention.
So when did they first come to us?
They came to us,
About February?
yeah, about February, and at
February.
that time we had no buildings in our suite of buildings
Yeah.
that were available. And Karen has done a lot of work with them to see, as Christine alluded to, whether there is any other community facilities that they could work into as bookable space.
Okay. No, look, I'll foreshadow an amendment if I might, Madam Chair, and I'll get the wording to Becca now.
Yep, that would be good if you could. Have you got a seconder or are you just waiting?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Paula. Yeah, just further to the whole issue of them fundraising. We're talking about them possibly fundraising up to 200K from what I can see. Do we have any information about their track record in terms of fundraising as a trust? Have they got a track record?
We don't have any firm information on that, no.
So I'm just trying to work out the process here then. So we could say, okay, here's your occupancy agreement. It's all yours. It's going to cost 200K to fix. And conceivably, it could just sit there for 5 years or years and years while they try and raise the money and no one can use it? Or are you expecting them to use it in the meantime or what?
So no, we're not asking for elected members to agree to a community occupancy agreement today. We were asking permission, if you like, to work with Parents Place in regard to the upgrade of that building. Perhaps we could put a timeline around the recommendation A that would provide some more comfort, and that might help.
Okay, but that is the goal, that it is an A. It says that ultimately it be used by the trust through a community occupancy agreement. Yes, that is the goal.
So if it's financially viable and if it meets the community occupancy policy, then yes.
So that will come back to council is the point there.
Oh yeah, I just see an inherent flaw in there, and that we have no idea about their track record in terms of fundraising.
So questions.
Yeah, we have no idea about their track record in terms of fundraising, and yet on a wing and a prayer we're saying, oh, all right, if all jacks up, if it all works out, we'll pass this over to you.
Councillor Taylor, let's debate, please.
Okay, where's the thinking there? I just don't get it.
Okay, so you can express those concerns in the debate part. Any questions?
Question.
Sure.
I'm just confused about what some of these organisations in this Parents Place do. Like, what's Voice for Parents? It all sounds quite fuzzy to me. Immunisation Awareness Society, I had the same question as Councillor Bunting, and it's an anti-vaccination group as far as I can see. But yeah, do you know what Voice for Parents actually does, or do we care? I mean, are we not interested in... I'm just concerned about the viability of these.
Okay.
And if they're tangible or if they're just...
So I think you made some good
ephemeral.
points and they have been answered the best they can at the point. I'm just going to go on and carry on with the questions and we can bring a position in debate. Have you got a clear answer to that one?
So what I was going to say is they have Parent Centre or Parents Place have been in operation for 20 plus years in the city.
With a range of activities under them. Okay. Councillor Pascoe, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I understand that Mrs Norris has a previous business and accounting background. She's well aware, is she, that potentially, according to your report, they might have to spend up to $220,000 with the report and the upgrade, and we're offering them a 10-year tenancy. So she's well aware of that, and in terms of the discussions you've had to date?
She's well aware that, yes, what we were seeking today is permission to work with them further on whether the financial position for the upgrade is viable and that there would be a community occupancy tenancy as a result of that, yes.
Okay, so the next step would be, in terms of that working with them, would be to ensure that they do get their financing, or they do present to us a business case which suggests that if we do enter into a tenancy agreement, community occupancy agreement, that they will be able to do that work.
Yes.
Yep, okay. Do we normally, when we have these community occupancy agreements, do we normally have any oversight over the people the groups that might rent the space from the, if you like, the head tenant or the community group that has the occupancy agreement?
Sorry, what do you mean by
Oversight
oversight?
in terms of approving who might be those renters?
No, we don't approve it because we obviously are approving a lease to the tenant or the leasee.
So essentially they're free to go and get any renters who might want to book the space for the evening or a particular time.
Yes, so when they apply for a lease, we obviously, some of those questions are asked in terms of utilisation, who will be the users, types of groups that would use it. So unless it raised a flag for us that we had concerns about the types of groups that were potentially using our facility, or, it wasn't within our expectations of what council would support, then it would be raised at that time of the lease application, but once they've got the lease, that's up to them in terms of who they have to hire those spaces. So unless we received any complaints or had any concerns about the use of a facility.
Okay, thank you. Is this land part of the Western Town Belt in terms of the study that's going on at the moment?
It's at the very top of the link,
but
slightly around the corner.
Part of the Western...
No.
Okay, even though, okay, that's fine. I note in the report that we've got 22 residential, this is in paragraph 20, that we own 22 residential properties. It might be useful, and I know that this is not part of the discussion today, but it might be useful if we got a list of where those properties are, and perhaps some sort of assessment around their fitness. And I'm raising this from a governance perspective today, that
questions, but I get your point.
From the 1st of July, we have certain new obligations for new tenancies around, I think Councillor McPherson has already raised around heating and insulation.
So the question is, can we get it?
Can we get a list with an assessment of the condition of each of those 22 properties?
I think that's a good request.
So the facilities team currently have a list exactly as you've described. The second piece to it is that we're doing a further piece of work in terms of are those properties required by the business or Hamilton City Council for the purposes that they originally intended, and if they weren't, are there other options for those properties? And we were hoping that we would do that as a suite of work so that we could look at a more network approach. Again, this house became vacant, so...
Okay, so when do you think you'll report to us on that list and options?
I can give you the initial information. Facilities have it in terms of what's currently on the books and what is planned in terms of the basics, insulation and such like, to bring them up to the rentable standard.
Okay.
With the speed that we're approaching October, I guess realistically a full report would come to the new council. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to have a question from Councillor Gallagher, Deputy Mayor Gallagher, and then myself, because I haven't had a few questions. Have you raised any questions on this, James? No. And then I'll come to you, Dave. Okay. Deputy Mayor Gallagher.
Yes.
Apologies.
The first question follows on from Councillor Pascoe's point. Prior to the point at which a lease agreement is signed with council, then clearly any trust, if they were proposing to spend money to upgrade a building, would have to give evidence of their funding sources, whether it's hypothetically from Trust Waikato, for whom they were previous tenant, and other is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so we would have to have certainty on that issue. The other thing is, I'm wondering, because this item is, I think, for recommendation to council, because it's a lease, is that right? In the list, it's got... Yeah. Could we, prior to the council meeting, just have a list of the 30 or 40 organisations that have used Parents Place? And Parents Place is about 20 years old now, is it? So obviously there'll be a historical list of groups that have used it for some time, and I think it would be helpful for colleagues just to get that complete list. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Casson.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to know if this causes you any concerns, because I've just had a look, and my concern is supporting an organisation like Immunisation Awareness Society when they are an anti-vax organisation, and we're actually not qualified or for registration as a charitable trust, and that was removed from them in September 2012. So I'm just wondering if that causes you any concerns about us supporting a organisation like that. So that's following on from what Councillor Taylor was alluding to.
That full assessment would be done during the lease application should it become viable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one question that I don't think I've heard asked, so I just want to ask this one. In respect to community groups using a lease facility in any capacity that we own one, how much detail or attention do we pay to the users of their space in terms of subleases, letting out rooms for an evening, letting this park club come in and play some games, do whatever? How much do we normally drill down into how that organisation keeps themselves viable by using their space? Was that question clear?
There's a very full assessment done at the time of the lease application. So Karen applies the community occupancy policy, and there's various clauses in that.
So you would look at if they were going to let a club sublease their space, you would know about all of that?
So a sublease needs approval of council, but that's different from if groups are just hiring or using a facility. But obviously with the number of groups and leases that we have, we don't constantly monitor who's using all of our facilities. There's 103 lease agreements facilities out there.
So it's quite common for a group in one of our facilities to maybe rent out a space for
definitely.
For an event.
And we encourage that because we want maximum use and benefit from our facilities.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McPherson?
Just following that question. When someone's applying a lease, you ask them what other users there might be?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, okay. And following one of Rob's questions before, you told Maria, I think you said to Rob that you've done this initial assessment of the 22 properties and which ones need upgrading for tenant settings. But aren't the actual upgrades required to be in place by 1st of July?
Yeah, so facilities had that piece of work lined up to coincide. So yes.
Right across the board, not
Yes.
just this property?
Yep.
So in the next 3 days, they're going to be completing all of them?
I would have expected that they have completed them by now.
Okay, because that's another thing we might want to come back on.
New tenancies from the 1st of July.
Yeah, but I think we've got a moral...
So
I'd like to
facilities
get
team
information.
have identified that council would want to be a good landlord.
Yeah.
And so, they
Okay.
have plans afoot to make sure that the properties are meeting the standards.
When we work with groups that are potential tenants, do we not check their finances to see whether they're capable of leasing it?
Yes.
That their flow of cash over the recent times is going to match the expectation that's put on them by the lease?
Yes, remembering that in this case, the final lease cost is likely to be around $2,000 a year.
I'm well aware of that because that's only one side of the equation. The much bigger side of the equation is that the proposal from staff in front of us is that the Parents Place upgrade the building as well. And you've mentioned costs between 160,000 and 220. in total for the two parts of that. How do we know that that's even possible, given the urgency, which the chair described, used the word urgent, that this be settled by October because they're being put out of the building they're currently in?
September, didn't they?
September, sorry.
I think
I'll take your point there. Is it put out by September that they can not only identify the work needed, but have it done in order to move into the new place in September? So surely we need to satisfy ourselves that it's realistic.
So what we were requesting through the staff recommendation is basically elected members' endorsement that you're happy to us to work with Parents Place to find all of that out. Parents Place, although they do get displaced in September, they're also looking for the next 20 years in Hamilton, so they have suggested that, they're quite possibly not going to have all the work completed by September, but as long as they knew that they had a place to go to, they could make a plan to accommodate a shorter term gap in their place.
So you'd be bringing back at the August meeting the proposed lease if both parties, if staff and the Parents Place agree, then the proposed lease comes back to us in August?
I'd be very surprised if it could be done by August, hence the B recommendation was delegating the General Manager to approve the community occupancy lease.
If they don't get indications of getting money to upgrade it, they won't be getting a lease.
Okay, and that's fair enough. But don't we deal with all community lease applications anyway? And including applications for variances of the lease amount? Isn't that the normal practice?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we need to move on.
Sorry,
Final question, if I may.
One last question.
Yep.
In relation to numbers of trustees, didn't staff propose to us very recently that organisations we dealt with in the community lease area should have a minimum, I can't remember, it was 3 or 4 trustees? 4? And there's only 2 here. I mean, that can be rectified, but surely that's an issue that should have been noticed.
Sorry, I don't recall that, but as I said, we haven't even got a lease application or got to that far in advance. All we're suggesting through the recommendations is even to see if it is a viable option financially or not to bring it up. So that will come later down the track once we, if they investigate whether it's financially viable, that would be the next step to do a lease application and to look at all those things. So we don't have that information. I've just got some basic information off the charity website, so that work would all still need to be done.
But if that's a policy proposal by staff already in place, quite recently in place, wouldn't you have expected that to have been drawn to the attention of the Parents Place so they could give them some time to rectify it?
It's not in the policy. It's not in the policy as far as I'm aware.
Okay,
so where did that
we'll get that looked into,
we'll check.
Councillor. I'm going to take one more question for each from Councillor Mallett and Councillor Bunting, and then we're going to draw it to a close. So just one question, please, Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. I don't know why you're limiting the questions, but I haven't spoken yet.
Have you not spoken yet?
I understand that the Parents Place were currently with Trust Waikato owned property. Trust Waikato wanting to sell the property or something. Trust Waikato have a significant space down the end of London Street. Is there have Parents Place considered moving in there? Is there some reason that they can't go in there?
Christine spoke to that this morning and made reference to it this morning and said that some of her groups had tried that, but they didn't feel like it was a homely space for what they were doing.
I think it's already gone to volunteering Waikato. Carry on, Gary, I didn't realise. Apologies.
So Trust Waikato haven't said they can't have it? No. That they're not suitable for that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Volunteering Waikato have already moved in there, Councillor Mallett. Isn't it? Yeah, it's 2 buildings. Oh. You may carry on if you...
Just to clarify, there's the old Trust Waikato building, which is the old historic house there. Then you've got their new building, and what Christine was referring to this morning was the meeting rooms in the new building. Yeah, and she essentially said that they didn't feel very comfortable in that space. It's quite modern and, and I'm not sure if it's as, I think she said it's not as comfortable as a house type situation.
Okay, thank you.
So Councillor Millett, sorry, I didn't realise that you hadn't already spoken. If you have a couple more questions, you're welcome.
No, that's right. Thank you, I've done.
Okay, thank you. But Councillor Bunting, you have had questions, so one more good pertinent question and we'll move on to debate.
So this is the area I said I was going to get to and didn't get to before, regards the suitability of the actual space. I'm just looking at the map in attachment 1. Now, I've been to, when they had a toy library there, and I agree they're well patronised, etc. And they talked about the suitability for kids playing around there. I know the place they've got at the moment has got quite a few car parks. This has got one. Is that really suitable for this kind of, you're talking about a well-utilised space with many different groups, and I've seen a lot of traffic in there. Does this meet the bill, suit the bill?
So that would be part of the work that may be needed in terms of making it suitable for the parents' place.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine.
I think a number of us noticed that too. So, right, so where we're at now is if we could please put the amendment up. Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Just one more question, Mayor Andrew, because we all have spoken prior.
I have several questions here that are important to the subject that I think members need to hear. So what's the underlying zoning? It says in paragraph 3, water reservoir designation. So is this a park or is this part of the waters team?
So it currently sits as a waters asset,
What's the underlying zoning?
is open space designation in the district plan.
So it's not in parks and reserves?
It's municipal endowment land, and then under the district plan, it's open space.
And then the other thing is the waters designation, which allows it to be used for waters activities.
So that's where I'm heading. Under the zoning, can it be used? I mean, obviously it was originally a residential house, so it has a underlying zoning to let it be used as residential, but does the zoning allow it to be used for other purposes?
Yes.
What other purposes?
So paragraph 27 under the planning considerations, and I'm not a planner, but so you'll see under paragraph 27, our parks planner has put there, so the water designation doesn't hinder our ability to use it for another purpose. The only purpose that we were looking at to make sure that was an option was the obviously the community occupancy purpose, and that was possible.
So your team's handling this, not Chris Allen's team, because you're looking at it being used for a community use. Is that why your team's handling this?
So we've been working with Chris Allen's team and my reporter's team during the development of this. So it actually sits in City Waters as a waters asset. So Mairi and her team have identified that they don't actually need a house anymore. My understanding was they used to need someone living in the house to man the reservoir. Time has marched on since then, so they don't actually need a residential house on that site anymore. They may in the future need to use part of the land for pipes, but nothing is planned for within the 10-year, and Evelisa might be able to confirm that.
Okay.
So just going back to my previous questioning, we know that the use of the land up until now has been residential, and we know that under residential we don't require a seismic assessment to be done, although there's probably is a duty of care with council-owned properties. You've told us that it's an unreinforced masonry construction, and you've told us that the foundations have moved, indicating that the house is unstable at best, especially with unreinforced concrete foundations. Surely your first step before you go any further, even for residential use going forward, would be a seismic assessment? which from what you've told me would indicate there would be no other choice but to demolish. And I just wonder why 101 hasn't been followed, which would be to use common sense and get a seismic assessment done on this building.
So paragraph 23 outlines the further investigations, which is the full building and structural assessment that would be undertaken. So that's the piece of work that you would do. And I guess we've been through in terms of if there was no interest from any community group, we might be here making a different recommendation in terms of that the cost is 20,000 plus 200. Would council like us to spend 20,000 to find out we might have to spend another 200? This group indicated that they were so interested in the place that they could fundraise to cover those costs.
So I take it a building permit would be required for any works,
Absolutely.
and the building permit would immediately trigger a seismic assessment?
I would need the building control team to answer that, but those processes would not be circumvented by the decision that we're asking for today. So,
Is there any staff in the room who can answer that question? If a building permit is required and it's being used for commercial use, will it require a seismic assessment?
I don't think there is, Mayor Andrew, and I think the point being made here is that Parents Place are aware that when they do their assessment, that could be identified as a risk. So they know what they're going into and they're willingly going into it. But no, there is no answer to that question, Mayor Andrew.
And a resource consent would be required, would it, for this, as pointed out in paragraph 28, for the change of use?
potentially.
Okay, so there's actually a lot of hurdles for them to get through to be successful, let's face it. But we've had a really good go at the questions, I feel, and most questions have been reasonably answered. So we're going to put up what the amendment is, and also Deputy Mayor Gallagher and I moved the first recommendation, which was similar to the staff recommendation, except that rather than going straight to demolition, if it's not possible, was just to bring back a report. And Councillor Bunting and Councillor Taylor, as you can see there, are requesting that we do an assessment of the suitability, and that it goes through what would be normal as an expression of interest process. So we're going to allow the two movers to talk and take all the debate at the same time, and that's how it goes. So
Process question, sorry, Madam Chair. For
That's
both,
fine. Yep.
a time limit for both is not, I can't see yours, but I don't think there's a time limit for the coming back, which you've mentioned in relation to C, and also in relation to the amendment. Perhaps we could have the same time limit for both, and then.
Yeah. I'm happy to put a time limit in. I was happy not to also, because I think that they're going to have pressure on themselves to do the work. But look, no later than November. I mean, what's a reasonable?
Well, you've added that it should come back to council now. That's why it's different.
Well, we won't get it until early in the new year, is what we're being told by staff with the way the meeting schedule is.
So that would go for both the
Yes.
amendment and the motion.
Look,
That's fine, whatever it is.
Well, so if we put by March next year, it doesn't make any difference to me. Does it make any difference to you?
Same reasoning as you.
Would you be happy with that, Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, I just want us to have a deadline.
No later than March 2000, no later than, and
Yep.
same, or by March, and same with the other one. It just gives it the investigations an end date. Okay, so we'll get into debate. I'm the mover of the motion, and I'll speak first. Councillor Bunting, you'll speak second, and then we'll go into debate. Look, when this came up, some of the really good questions that you guys have asked were questions that I asked of staff as well. And I think it is a little bit of an unusual process, because what we've had here is a group that's existed successfully, I might add, irrespective of what we think about subcomponents of their business. They've been a successful charity for a very long time, and they're looking for a space, and they're pretty desperate for a space that's suitable. So I was just trying to follow on with that pragmatic view that here's a group that knows how bad this could. They look at it. They know it's a bad building. They know that this is going to require work. The quantum, the extent of that is unknown, but they know what they're walking into. They came to us, they approached us and said, well, look, you've got a boarded up building doing nothing. We've got a strong need. What can we do here? And that's where the staff, quite rightly, tried to have a practical solution to this. And that's why I'm happy to support the staff recommendation. I was happy at the no cost part to council because of all the issues that have been raised in the questions. It potentially is opening up a Pandora's box of costs. So we wouldn't want to overinvest, but then I did hear some of the very good questions that Councillor McPherson raised about what would our obligations normally be in respect to a community facility. So I think that's all I need to say about that. I will note that I do feel some concern about other groups out there who are also looking and finding space hard to find. We do have an ethnic counselling organisation up here in the Currow wing who need to find somewhere else quite quickly, and they're quite distressed because the amount of space for communities is quite low. So we've got staff trying to be as helpful as possible to put them somewhere, but a lot of organisations, as they're moved out of one building, are put under huge stress to find another place to go. I have to say that ever since I got here, I've been saying with the staff, and we've been advancing conversations, that we need to understand the complete needs of the community and then try and match those in a fit-for-purpose way to the right asset. We've probably got groups that are in buildings too big for them, not quite right, and vice versa. We need to put the right people in the right place, but that will take time because we have lease agreements with people and so on and so forth, and you can't just move people around. But I would like to see that ultimately, the right groups in the right space, and we need to do some work to understand what that looks like. It won't be done in this term of politics, but I do hope that it will be done in the next term of politics. Community groups add a great deal of value to our communities, and we need to support them in the best way we can. And I'm out of time, so that'll do. Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Big ending there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Obviously, I speak in favour of the amendment. Look, I have nothing against any community group. I think they're free to do what they like as long as people know what they're doing. We need to put this in perspective, and I'm very grateful to the staff for working so compassionately with Parents Place. I think you've gone over and above. Frankly, they weren't our tenants in the first place. We don't owe them anything apart from a duty of community care that we owe every community group. I know of 2 or 3 groups who could potentially take this on, so I don't see the reason for giving Parents Place preferential treatment. They've known for a while this place has been coming up, or this situation has been coming up. Trust Waikato have offered them a space. It's granted not as homely and not the same. Things change. Regards the number of trustees, I had a good old look on the Charities Commission or the Register online last night. They have 2 trustees. Councillor Henry was one until December, and now, as she rightly pointed out, now they have 2. Where the confusion was about 4 trustees was during the community grants round, where some were turned down because they only had 3 trustees and not 4. So that's where that. And look, if there is an incompatibility in those 2 policies, I'd like to see that sorted out straight away, because this is a much longer undertaking. I personally doubt that that Parenting Place could raise the money for this. Looking at the evidence that I've seen, they've been financially solvent up until last year. They ran at an operating loss, but this, as you pointed out, is a different undertaking. I also think we're setting them up for a hiding to nothing. We're asking them to do an assessment for us as to whether this space is useful for a community space, and then if it doesn't, they are 20k out of pocket. I would sooner, if we were going to do anything for them, it would be to actually work out if this place is right in the first place, then offer it up to the many community groups to put their bids in, because we could get an even more suitable bid should we find that this is useful. So pretty roundabout way of saying, look, we don't owe them a place, we shouldn't be giving them preferential treatment, and thirdly, I doubt very much that they could come up with that undertaking.
Thank you. Mayor King.
I will be supporting the amendments, and should that fail, I will support the motion.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Gallagher.
I think what staff are recommending essentially is no risk to council. This group has obviously approached council with open eyes. I think it's important to remember two things. One is, as I understand it, I might be wrong, but Trust Waikato initially purchased a property some time ago that was suitable for them on the basis of the users, of the people who used Parents Place. Trust Waikato recently has changed its investment priorities and brought that particular property occupation to an end. So this group found themselves literally, and their users, without a home. It would be my understanding that the Parents Place will be going to philanthropists, particularly Trust Waikato, to see if they can get some assistance in terms of a new premise, and obviously that will be one of their ports of call. I think it's actually very important to look at the 30 different community groups or more that use the current Boundary Road property. Obviously, the public office type space that Trust Waikato occupy in London Street, even I can see is grossly unsuitable for a number of groups in terms of the issues around privacy and friendly surroundings. The Home Birth Association, midwifery training, postnatal wellbeing workshops. There's a whole range of parenting groups, as I understand it, use the space. They don't necessarily sublease it, but they actually use that for meetings or for sessions as such. I've noted some concerns about possibly one of the users. The only thing we've got to make sure as a council that we are consistent, because there'll be a number of public facilities that are rented out for Group X or Group Y for a meeting, all right? So we have to be incredibly careful that we don't perhaps go into the micro detail of a particular user of, say, a sports club. It might be a political party I'm not a friend of, you know. I'm a friend of everyone now, of course, but all I'm saying is, you see, I'm just saying just be a bit cautious, that you don't set up some really bad precedents there. You have to say, overall, is the Parents Place, in terms of their users, providing a positive service to the community? That is the critical issue. So consequently, I will be supporting the motion, in that I think the Parents Place are in a situation where their 30 or 40 users are without a space. They've taken the initiative to approach council. I think they're totally aware of the risks that they undertake in terms of the fundraising, and in the end, there'll be a proposal coming back to this council. So this is just really a very early first step in that process.
Councillor McPherson.
I'm, like the Mayor, am going to support the amendment, but if that loses, I'll be supporting the motion. I'm interested in us being able to offer Parents Place or support them to find a place to work from, because I do think they do valuable work in the community, not necessarily all of the groups that hire, but like Councillor Gallagher, we don't particularly get into that sort of game in that micromanaging way with other groups, and nor should we here. But my big concern is that we're telling a community group on the bones of its arse, as all community groups are, that they have to go out and spend up to $20,000 just to find out what the cost of upgrading and whether it's worth them doing anything. Now, I think that's a terrible situation to put any community group in. That's why I think we should be doing the suitability assessment and then saying to both the Parents' Place and any other groups, this is the situation, this is what you're going to need to do, therefore this is the likely cost of that. I think it's completely wrong to put a community group in the situation of having to find that out themselves. They're not a group that has that sort of capital funding readily available. They have to fundraise to find out what they need to fundraise later on. It's nuts, and it's wrong for the council to do that. Councillor Gallagher quite rightly said there's no risk to council in this. Why the heck isn't there a risk to council? We should be at least risking the condition assessment and then deciding whether we want to let anyone else wear the risk. If it came back that it's going to cost 150 grand to do it up, and there's these three groups and Parents' Place is one of them, I will probably support Parents' Place getting that lease. But let's put out any community group in the position of knowing what they're up against before we send them down a rabbit hole, which is what I think we'll do if we follow the staff recommendation at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Paula. Yeah, look, I don't think this is going to fly in its current form for me. I won't be supporting it. I will support the amendment. I understand that there's a sense of urgency given that Parents' Place are looking for a new home. I get that. I just don't think the background work has been done here to even take it to the next stage for staff. I feel like it's real wing and a prayer stuff, really. I don't know enough about the Parents' Place Trust to be approving that it go to this next step at this point. I also don't think it's particularly fair that we say, here, you guys go away and find out what's wrong with it and pay for that, and then we'll go to the next stage. It just seems odd to me. Let's go back a step. Let's give staff a chance to properly assess the suitability of the building and then take the process methodically on from there. If we get that work done and then we ultimately find a community organisation that we can that can take this on with a decent chance of success, that's great. If we can't, then ultimately maybe we return it to green space. I don't know, but let's go through that process first.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Casson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be supporting the amendment. Look, there's from what I gather, there's a lot of work to do with 18A Ruakiwi Road, and we don't know where that's going to lead to. I have no problem with offering Parents' Place a space in one of our Hamilton City Council-owned facilities, because from what I hear, they do a fantastic job, and they're a registered charity. However, one of their arms is not a registered charity, which is the vaccination people. So I think it's just a dangerous thing for us to be seen to support such an arm of theirs when their beliefs and everything else were ruled by the New Zealand Charities Registration Board as unacceptable in health education. We do have other areas in Hamilton that are underutilised, our community centres, especially Enderley Park, which is underutilised. There's bound to be a place in there for groups, and also Fairfield Park. A lot of those places are underutilised. Western Community Centre is fully utilised. That place is just rocking along, but other places like Enderley and Fairfield could probably do with some community groups like Parenting Place to utilise. So I'll be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. As I understand it, and I think it's been touched on by some of the others in the debate, the difference between the amendment and the motion is that council will fund up to $20,000 in the amendment to do an assessment report. I would suspect if the Parenting Place had not approached us, we wouldn't be incurring this cost anyway, and we would have been likely to have moved to a demolition, given, and I've only seen the photo on whatever page it is, which suggests that that is a likely option for this property. So I think, and in the context of the Parenting Place, there are financial skills around that table amongst the trustees to have properly assessed the likelihood of what the financial costs might be. And again, the report will give that in more detail, but I think that they are moving into this lease or this discussion on the lease with eyes wide open as to what the cost is. So in this situation, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I've gone into this topic with quite an open mind today. I will be supporting the amendment. If that fails, I will not be supporting the motion either. I just want to defend staff on this too, because Paula and I have been quite visible to the emails from Christine and her team, and she has been relentless in driving this as a squeaky wheel, and very much eyes wide open, but she's continuously pushed and pushed and pushed. And staff, I think, because there's a lack of policy in this area, which Lance has alluded to, have done the right thing by bringing it up to elected members to make the governance decision, and that's democracy.
Thank you. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you very much, and I will be supporting the amendment. I just want to echo what Martin said about the importance of being unbiased in our approach to this as to how we make our decision making. And he's dead right. He used the political analogy of could be a different political party, but also, there are just other reasons that one might be biased about this, and I think it's important that we leave those issues to the side and consider this based on what's best for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a right of reply, so I'll be very quick on this. I, of course, am going to promote the motion. However, I take some sympathy with the arguments about those voting for the amendment as well, which is actually different, Councillor Pascoe, in two parts. Firstly, from the cost, and secondly, that it encompasses an expression of interest process. So those are the 2 points of difference in the amendment, as I understand it. But this was about being practical, and Councillor Hamilton rightly says we had a very passionate group with a passionate trustee who pushed this. At the end of the day, this is a grotty old building that someone else offered to investigate, someone else wants to do up, wants to love, and wants to use widely. That's how I saw it. I do feel for the many other groups that come knocking on our doors looking for space, and I think that is a real concern and issue in Hamilton for community groups that we are trying to work through and trying to improve the way we do business in that area. So I think that's enough debate on it. I think we just need to see where it lies. So we'll go to the vote, and we vote on the amendment first. Okay, so the amendment is carried and now becomes the substantive. So we vote on the substantive now. Are we waiting on anybody?
It's just loading. The amendment as a substantive motion is declared carried.
We are going to have a lunch break now, and so we will come back at 1, and because we have got a number of items to get through this afternoon. Thank you, councillors. Welcome back, everyone. We have a quorum. We are going to crack on because we've got things to do, things to talk about. We're going to go very quickly through the Chair's report and then straight on to the next item. And I really prefer that we don't discuss too much about the Chair's report. Of course, you have your right to, but really there's nothing much in there that needs urgent discussion whatsoever. No, we're going to let them later. So I'll take it as read, my Chair's report. Pretty straightforward, really. And of course, it's just a perspective and a feedback from what I'm hearing about in the community. And we've talked about the facilities, lease facilities in the last debate. We are going to talk about council sponsorship in the upcoming debate. So those two things we don't really need to worry about. Riverlea, I've got some plans for them to talk to you at some stage, so we don't really need to talk about that right now. And the name change about Ward Street, I'd rather not waste too much time on it about it. It's just a flag to say that until the Helder Ross decision is finalised, you know, there are people out there starting to ask what's happening with the naming of the street. And from Lance's team told me that they'd likely bring back a consideration of that early in the next term of council, because it's just timing. We don't quite know where the art piece is landing up yet, and so we can just leave that. So in that respect, unless you've got some burning question about my report, let's not have any. But Rob Pascoe.
She got a real question. When you say in your report that we need to be aware of the age of assets and that lessees and volunteers may need more support going forward, are you getting feedback that our facilities that we lease to them are not up to standard, or that they need significant repair work done on them?
In some respects, yes, that's true. For example, just to give a quick example, some of the heating in those buildings is of an old type and incredibly expensive to run, and not all of the heaters turn on. Things like that. Councillor McPherson and I were involved with the Western Community Centre over a dishwasher, an old dishwasher. We were actually able to find another one within our stock of buildings. But there are some community houses that would like to start thinking about, you know, the state of their building and what they can afford to do. But I see this, Rob, as something we could wrap up in that whole look at what we offer, what we lease, and what it's like, that condition report.
Yeah, but my next question to that is, do you think that our asset management plans are inadequate to the extent that they're not identifying what these issues are? I mean, last year we agreed to spend significant money on maintaining our assets. What you're suggesting here is that perhaps we're not doing that, or?
No. I've noted that I raised it at the 10-year plan, and that I have more confidence that that the renewals and maintenance will address it. But I do think it's just pertinent for me to acknowledge that people are talking about the age of assets, and that this is something we've got to keep our eye on.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. All right.
No criticism. No. Okay, thank you. No immediate concern. It's just a watching brief. So I'm going to move the report be received. Is there? Sorry, got one button up. Okay.
Just be careful.
Deputy Mayor.
There's a temptation for members then to really speak, but I just want to commend you on paragraph 2 with regard to the Riverlea Theatre Trust. And it would be really excellent that council could be updated with regard to the work of this very, very excellent organisation that do a hell of a lot with young people and youth, and one of the critical pillars of our creative arts sector. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, so that's the plan.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you for that. Councillor McPherson.
I'm pleased to hear the Deputy Mayor mentioning his great interest in that particular theatre. But what I want to ask about is, when we get the report back on the Dame Hilda Ross thing, could we make sure that we get the issue of the naming and the art piece of art together, even if there's different things to happen as a result, just because that's how it's come to us? Yeah. And we need to see the two in context with each other.
I think that would be doable. Thank you. Good point. All right.
And I'll second your motion.
Mayor King.
Right.
We weren't going to have too much discussion, but go.
GM Lance, is the Hilda Ross outside Starbucks dead? I thought they just couldn't put a piano, what they're originally going to put there, but they're talking about freestanding pieces now, and I thought it was just on hold.
No, they're looking outside the library now for the modified artwork.
Okay, so what exactly is the artwork?
To be fair, I think it's coming up in the August agenda,
Well, I'm just really concerned that Māori are consulted on what they're proposing, because I think iwi, particularly Tainui, would have objections to what's been proposed possibly, and they need to be directly consulted through what is being proposed.
Yeah, I agree.
So there was a
We totally
meeting
agree.
last week between Tainui Thorpe, our staff member, and Toti, and those meetings will continue in the near future.
Look, Mayor Andrew, I'm more than happy to sit with you after today and tell you where it's at, but you're absolutely right on that, so
Just
we
seems to
agree.
be a long way down the track, and I, as an elected member, don't know anything about it. I don't know about anyone else here in the
It did come up to a
table.
briefing, and it did come up to a staff briefing.
Hang on, I've never missed a briefing.
An update. Margaret Evans herself came and talked to this to everyone. How long? Not that long ago. About 4 weeks ago?
4 weeks ago, yeah. I think you might have been away.
Anyway, look, I am happy to bring you up to speed with it, Mayor Andrew, and it hasn't gone that much further than what you know anyway.
More than one, is it more than just Dame Hilda?
Potentially.
Yes. That's their proposal at the moment.
But it really would be better if I could bring
This
you the whole
is-
suite of information.
There's just researching online, there's a lot of bad feeling between that second person, if it's who I think it is, and Tainui Queen at the time. I'm just surprised.
Can I just say, could we let the consultation and discussion process continue, and then we will
Yeah,
report back
sure, I'm just
appropriately?
surprised that I know
Yeah.
nothing about it, and it's so far down the track that's
We did-
fallen. I just hope other elected members, if I'm on the outside, that's fine, as long as you're taking us on the journey with you. Because
Absolutely.
it appears to me that I know nothing about where you're heading.
I'll get Margaret Evans to give you a call.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, this is feedback I need through our staff, and this is feedback that I'd specifically want to hear where iwi stand on the subject.
Yeah, well, we're not prepared to be able to brief councils at the moment on that, because there's still some more meetings to happen, so I think it'll be a bit premature at the moment, so just give us a week or so and I think we'll be in a better space.
Given that the Mayor's office would receive an appropriate confidential update, because obviously that protects the office of the Mayor.
I have offered that.
And then at the appropriate time, the rest of us are looped in, because obviously we want to land a constructive, positive outcome, but I totally respect there's probably some discussions happening and at the right time, subject to, of course, the Mayor's office being immediately updated.
Absolutely.
Because my understanding is we were waiting for the report coming back on names and the appropriateness of the names around the city before we went forward with this process, and that's where I thought we got to, and I thought that was a resolution of council. So I'm just surprised that we're continuing down this road when I've made it very clear to Margaret Evans that I wanted to hold until we got that report on appropriate names back first, because I think that's an underpinning and underlying issue in relevance to these statues.
So we will remind you of the process that was undertaken and make sure that you're as far up the line as we are. And we haven't moved that far, Mayor Andrew. We have not moved that far, but Toti have some aspirations. That's where it's at. They're working on it. They're working on the consultation with iwi, which may or may not be appropriate.
Okay, well, just one last comment.
bring it
Is
to
it
you.
appears to me, General Manager, I've made my position very clear to Toti and Margaret Evans on the timing and waiting for that report to come back, and it appears to me that's come out in this meeting is that the talks are continuing without me being aware of what's happened, because they're aware of my position on this. And so I'm just making it very clear that the timing of that report is significant when it comes to putting statues in our city, when it comes to our relationship with iwi. So I just believe that we need to all come on this journey together.
I will get Joe Van Walraven to brief you in the next few days, so
Thank
you know
you.
exactly what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you possibly know more than me. So that's good. I move the report be received. Okay. Oh, thank you, Councillor McPherson. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. We're now going to go to the event sponsorship item on page. Yeah. And Councillor McPherson has got a motion that he has sent in, and I'm happy to second that, and it can go up so that you can see what it is. And meanwhile, Sean will talk to the report.
Thank you, Chair. This is our annual approval round for the Major Event Sponsorship Fund for the 2019-2020 financial year. Just as a reminder, it's in the paper, the budget for this year is $393,000 for the fund in total, but $50,000 has already been approved in advance at the last year's round for the National New Zealand Brass Band Championships. As a couple of comments, this year we've had a much higher than usual number of small dollar value applications than we have had for the last couple of years. And we've had, probably I would say, an abnormally higher number of what I would call community-based type applications that do struggle to meet the criteria within the policy that guides approvals from this particular fund. So it has been difficult for us, and we are coming to you with a round of approvals that would use 100% of the fund as it is. I don't want to go into, or I don't think I need to go into too much detail on the individual applications. Hopefully it's self-explanatory, and I do apologise for the amount of information that comes through for this. I would like to make a couple of comments, if I may, though, relating to the speaker this morning from Nancy Cager about the Bourne Street application, because I think it's important to clarify a couple of points on that. The first is that we have not declined the Bourne Street application. As management, I am recommending to you that we do decline it, but I was concerned that she was of the impression that I had already arbitrarily declined the application, which is not the case. Although we did advise them, the board members, that we were, that was going to be our recommendation and why. The other thing was a comment made that why didn't we just tell them right up front that I was going to put a decline application in. We don't do that. We guide people who are interested in the fund to look at the policy, to look at the application criteria, to go through the application process so they can determine themselves what their fit is and the degree of their fit with the funders, rather than us arbitrarily strike people out. Equally, we don't do it because we want anyone to have had the opportunity that believe they qualify to come to you through this process that we have, and admittedly with my recommendation on that. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Otherwise, I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
I'm sure there'll be some questions. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Sean, who's on the management panel that makes these recommendations?
It's myself.
Okay.
I work it through, and as you're aware and you see from the forms, we sort of link it to the policy, and we have that marking criteria that we use so that it is me. There are times when I will consult with other parts of council where there's a bit of an overlap. So on a couple of instances, for example, I spoke with Lance Vervoort and his team just to verify their views on some of the events that crossed over with their territory.
Now, up until about 4 or 5 years ago, there was a subcommittee, was there not, with at least one elected representative on it that handled these?
That's correct. The event sponsorship subcommittee had, I think, probably 3 elected members that were on it, and the process of that subcommittee is exactly the same process that I'm running here at the moment, that we've been running since under the new committee structure. That committee also had 2 independent people that were invited on as well.
You mean non-council?
Non-councillor people, yeah.
Okay. When does that policy come up for review? Is it every 3 years or when asked, or how does that happen?
Look, either or. That policy was actually came up for review at the last meeting of this committee. So last month it was reviewed and renewed.
To identify that there were no elected members involved in the discussion and that was just would be recommendations from you. I don't recall any discussion about that.
No, there was not part of a discussion on the policy. We're just following a process set by the new committee structure under this triennium.
So what was the agenda item where I can recall a mention of the community events fund limit of 5,000 one, but not of the main one. So I'm just puzzled by your answer there.
Look, it was the event sponsorship policy renewal, and we provided a paper which had a copy of the policy as it stood with tracked changes for really what was minor amendments to it. And that was approved at the last meeting of this committee.
Okay.
In the previous council? No.
No, this committee.
Yeah, that's right.
So
but it's some time ago, though, isn't it?
It was. It was done
I get you. Sorry,
in April 2019.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Sorry, not the last meeting, but April 2019.
Thank you. I do remind.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, thank you. Deputy Mayor Gallagher.
Just, yes, in process. So just so I've got this right, when we're looking at external funding, I'll just summarise where we're at. I understand that with our community grants, we have the single-year grants of which there's independent community members with nominated councillors. That applies also for the multi-year grants. The heritage, as I understand it, that's staff, but it's multi-staff or people with heritage background. This one, just so I clarify, is that just reliant, and no disrespect to you as a GM, obviously, is that just reliant on an individual officer of council recommending back to council, or is there a panel?
No, there is no panel. To be fair, this is effectively the panel, this committee.
Yeah, but the trouble through the chair is it's pretty. I'm for open government, as everyone knows, but it's a little unseemly that we have this kind of stage in an open session, particularly if we want to talk about the merits or otherwise. And I'm just wondering, during debate we might, or during questioning, it just seems to me, no disrespect to you, it seems that we might want to fine-tune that process, because this issue through the chair may throw up an issue of, if you like, unintended consequence. I'm not diminishing the critical role our officers have to play in this, but I'm just wondering if this is the best way, particularly where we now have a situation where there is some potential differences of view.
My understanding, it was a recommendation from the committee that the general manager had this.
Okay.
To do this, and that was then resolved, if I'm correct.
I think I recall a resolution to the effect that it be delegated to the General Manager to come back with recommendations to the committee, so we're just having a look for that recommendation.
Sure.
And when it came up, because I believe it was the previous council that originated.
And this is it. This is our problem. If there is a problem, we may want to reflect on that. This does not in any way criticise the process that officers are faithfully undertaking.
So what I'm hearing from the room is that is something we could look at again in terms of what is the process, because it needs to be fair on the officer as well as council. It needs to be a robust process. So we've noted that. So Lance is noting that down, and we'll find a place to bring that forward to council about how this particular fund gets administrated, for want of a better word. Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, I'm just trying to, it's up to us if we want to change the policy, we just do it.
Yeah.
Just trying to get my head around the motion. So just a question, Sean, Balloons Over Waikato, I was on something page, damn it. They applied for 80,000, is that right? No. Yes?
Last year.
Oh, that was last year, 80,000.
Last year.
And they have been, I know that they have been struggling and they have lost a few funders. So the motion is to take 10% of 120, so that's the 12. And then the other one is, what's the other big one?
Gardens Festival.
The Gardens Festival, so that's 14,000 off them. How much did they apply for this?
They applied for 140,000.
150,000 and got 140.
Oh, sorry, 100, yeah, sorry, correct. Yeah, 150.
Okay.
Yeah. Both of those, if I can just add, both of those are our large hallmark events that we have. They're the two big high-profile ones.
Yeah.
And it is fair to say they are struggling.
Yeah. So will reducing them by, particularly, actually the festival, summer festivals, just as strapped at the moment. Do you think taking 12 and 14,000 is? I mean, they are getting a large chunk of the money anyway.
Correct.
I mean, what kind of position is that going to put them in?
I think it will add challenge to their position, but I think it's fair to say, and they should really speak for themselves, but they're challenged anyway. You know, even with the level of funding that has been proposed here, with or without the 10% decrease, they still face challenges, and it will just add to that challenge, to be fair.
Yeah. And Sean, not questioning you on this and the right to have the motion there, of course, but if we did ask you to look at providing the funding for the Boon Festival of 35,000, and who would you cut from this list?
Look, that's a very, very difficult question.
Yeah.
Once again, I've come to you guided by the policy and scoring system that we've had in place for a number of years. I actually think the proposal from Councillor McPherson is probably quite a good pragmatic, it's almost sensible way to make an adjustment to allow for the Boon Festival.
Yeah. Okay. There was a discussion, I think I raised it during the, I don't know if it was this LTP or if it was the last LTP, and I do recall us getting rid of the event sponsorship subcommittee, that we were going to look at you were doing some work on an event strategy, and that I was keen to take out the top 3 massive city events, Christmas, the Gardens and the festival, and put that into our annual budget. That would make a lot of room if elected members wanted to retain this budget. I know that work stalled, didn't it, under last council, the event strategy?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, at the end of the day, I have, rightly or wrongly, been hesitant to come to this council through either the LTP or annual plans, asking for more money. And so, as I say, rightly or wrongly, that's been the position I've taken. In terms of an overarching event strategy, there is one that's been developed for Hamilton Waikato through Hamilton Waikato Tourism, along with other partner councils, but it's one that's not funded. And so I guess I have not pursued that particular issue because of the approach I've taken with regards funding.
Good question. Good question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Food for thought in those questions. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. And I just have a question, if you don't mind, to Martin, because Martin raised the question of not doing this in public, and I'm not at all attacking you, but every single day we are taking money off one person and giving it to another person, and we should do that in the public. So I'm just wanting to, what's the rationale for your, because there's nothing confidential, I don't think, in this.
If I can help here, if I use, and this is, we're authors of our own governance structure, irrespective that the mayor starts the process. I've sat with the late Philip Young on the, I think, multi-year or single-year grants process, so trust me, there was lots of discussion, but we had independent community members, and there was an overs and unders and discussion. So by the time of that really robust process, it came here. All I want to do is just, I guess, avoid an undue embarrassment to any of the organisations, etc., now rightly or wrongly. But I'm just saying that if we consider how we do this events fund, and picking up Councillor Leary's point about whether we take the major ones and, do a separate thing for them, it would be good to reflect on how the multi-year and single-year grants committee system works, and it's a combo of councillors, staff assistants and independent community
So you're
people
raising good
on
points,
that.
but we are
So it's
now,
just really a model.
we are now sinking into debate, so we need to come back.
I'm asking, Councillor Mallett's very legitimate question.
And
Well,
I guess
he's asking the question.
I guess my other point is, so your question is not a concern that we are not following up, because I think Sean has diligently followed our policy.
Absolutely not. There's no question of, he is undertaking our policy to the letter with absolute decorum.
So Sean's in the clear?
He's absolutely in the clear. In this case, he's in the clear. I'm just reflecting on how we do this, all right?
Yeah,
and
okay.
it may be a bit, and any governance system is fine-tuned from time to time.
Moving on, Councillor Hamilton.
Just to clarify, if someone's successful at one of these funds, Sean, are they then no longer eligible to do the other funds that we do?
That's the approach that we've been taking.
So, does this, in your opinion, and I grant everyone's talked about us setting this policy, if we go and then just cherry pick Boone or whatever, aren't we just undermining the delegation we've given you?
No, you're not. I don't believe you're undermining the delegation you're giving me, because you haven't given me the delegation to approve any of these sponsorships. That's what's happening at this meeting. Yes, it's only to recommend, so you're not undermining it. The challenging question you have is something like the Boone Festival better to apply for one of the other funding options available, open to it from council, or not, as opposed to through this system? And to be fair, since I've been here on council, lots of groups all have a go at getting money out of us through various sources, so it's what we have to manage.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor King, Mayor King.
So what would have been the best fit for Boone out of our grants? Because I understand they were specifically directed by staff to go to this, they were specifically encouraged not to apply to the other grants, but to apply to this one because this is the best fit. So if this isn't the best fit, what is the best fit?
I can't talk to that question, Mayor. I'm not aware of who may have given that advice or for that. So,
but the reason I'm asking the question is because you just said this isn't the best fit.
Well, I'm saying against the criteria, it's not the best fit. That's correct.
So we can maybe ask Andy, since Andy is here. Did that occur? Which staff, or did any staff suggest that this was the better fit than, say, the multi-year grant? Or
Nancy said
I know, but now I'm giving staff the opportunity to tell us.
Kia ora, councillors. So in terms of Nancy's request around multi-year funding, our multi-year fund was allocated last year in line with the 10-year plan, which is really for community infrastructure. Our community event fund, which is part of the package of the two funds working together, has a cap of $5,000, so therefore the major is more significant on their request. And our single year grant has a maximum of $8,000. So again, because of their request size, this is the grant that we have that is the best fit for the event nature of it. But Sean is correct in terms of the policy outlines particular criteria that is looked at in evaluating this.
Does that answer your question, Mayor Andrew?
So what you're saying is this was the best fit?
From a quantum point of view, you're saying?
From the organisation's request of council and council's possibility to support that, this is the best fund for them to apply for.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Mayor Andrew?
Yeah, I am concerned about the declines on B, and that these are events that are going to bring significant people into our city for the weekends or for those nights, which will significantly contribute to our overall economy. And I just am concerned that
Question though.
Yep. I just am concerned that these three weren't. I mean, there's only 3 here that have been declined. And I'm questioning whether whether a lower amount for everybody, especially the significant things, may have helped, because these other 3 events may not get off the ground with these being turned down. Do you know if they're going ahead anyway, or?
Look, certainly the Waikato AMP show will go ahead anyway. Their ask from us was a very, very small amount of their total revenue stream. I can't answer that question as it relates to Clarence Street Theatre Trust, the Drifters Rock and Roll Club, or Hamilton Arts Trust. If I could just remind you, I am guided here by the criteria that set, the policy that sets this particular fund. That's the primary thing that guides this.
I have a question, if I may, at this point on that. You're guided by the criteria, you're also constrained by the quantum, aren't you?
Correct.
So if there was, and following on from Mayor Andrews' concerns, that there are some really good little events that are going to bring some people, potentially, but not necessarily from outside of Hamilton, but they're going to bring people into these events. If there was more money, because I think I've had this conversation with you before, if there was more money in this fund, would that make an appreciable difference to the amount of work you could do to attract good events? Or would you just find you'd get more applications and it'd never be enough anyway?
I think the answer is yes to a bit of each of your questions, or a bit of yes to each question. At the end of the day, if we had more money in this budget, as we used to have a significant amount of money compared to what we have today, we will attract an awful lot more applications. There's no doubt about that.
Can you just back up and tell me how much you had, because I think you did tell me once.
At one stage it was around 900,000, and a year before that it was over $1 million, 1.2 million, but that's some time ago now.
It's now
It's now standing at 390,000.
And it got reduced about, 4 years ago?
It went through a few iterations of reduction over various LTPs. So just to carry on from your questions, the key thing to remember though is that even if we had a lot more money, there would still be applications that simply don't qualify under the criteria. So if you think about last year's application process, we actually put up a recommendation of a portfolio of events that we believed warranted sponsorship under the policy, and we equally said that there's some event applications that do not fit the policy and should be declined. And we had a surplus. So we didn't spend around $60,000 on that basis. So that simple fact would always apply. We've always tried to approach this fund on the basis that we are purchasing services or an outcome from the event. It's not, don't have a fund here to help someone out. It's a fund to get outcomes that we want to come out of the event happening.
Which is increased visitation, particularly from outside.
Correct. Hence, in the past, we have had surplus in the fund based on the applications, but we have equally, because we have declined some things, we haven't just approved because we can approve at all. If I can add to that, and I don't want to take too much time, but I think the nature of the questioning on this, and as it relates to the Community Grants Fund, is that, perhaps we need to review the total suite of our funding and why we're doing it for these, different types of events. The Boone Street, from where I sit, it really seems to me that it fell between the cracks of one criteria and another criteria based on dollar value, and dollar value it could fit into this, so therefore let's give it a go. So have we got a disconnect somewhere with the settings that we have between the 3 different event criteria? And that's something perhaps we should look at. I haven't had a discussion with Lance on that, but I think that the questioning is quite relevant on that, I think.
So could I ask the mover and seconder of the motion if they would consider approving the recommendations for the grants over 100,000 to be reduced by 20%, and that the surplus 52,000 gets divided evenly amongst the 4 declined applicants?
I personally wouldn't agree with that at this point. I think the way to do that is to have a better look at the whole thing. I'm doing this because I think Boone Street needs support.
Yeah, same. Sorry.
Because this may mean that the Clarence Street Trust, We Will Rock You, may not go ahead. We do know that they're really pushed and stretched, and it is a significant event for our city.
Well, we can talk to that in the debate, but I have got some reasons why.
Well,
that
this is the moment to make the decision, and
You could put an amendment up.
yeah, I'll put that up as an amendment.
Okay, so that there's the 20% off the 100,000 and that you approve all 4 of the left-offs.
No, I'm saying to reduce the 2 main by 20% and then divide up the 52,000 amongst the 4, which is a total of 77,500. So it means that each of those would get around
That's what I
about
understood you
2/3.
meant. You got that? Yeah, you understood that, yeah?
No.
So,
I'm just very aware of where that show is and how significantly, how important that show is. And I'm also aware that that show isn't being run in one of our buildings, in one of our facilities either.
What, the Clarence Street one?
Yeah, yes.
Where's it being run?
Well, sorry, we're getting into a discussion that we should have in a debate, shouldn't we?
Rebecca just needs a few minutes. And I'm unfortunately, in a minute, going to have to pull out being the second today because I need to go and take my daughter up to the hospital. So. Does anybody want a second? Second it? Okay.
Staff on the, sorry, my computer's going really slow. On the Clarence Street, the decline for the show, what was the reason for the decline?
Sorry, the reason for the decline is that it is a local show. It's not going to generate a lot of people coming in from out of town. It's not going to generate a lot of profile for the city outside of Hamilton. These shows take place all of the time. There are a lot of theatre groups that are staging shows in Hamilton across the different theatres, the Meteor, Clarence Street obviously, Riverlea and so forth, and we have commercial shows coming through Claudeland. So we had, we had looked at that, but we just could not see how it fitted into the criteria.
I've found, sorry, my computer's caught up too. Sean, you've also got here, it's noted the applicant is a recipient of council funding support via a 3-year multi-year grant as well.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
So that can have, as you said, that can have an effect on a funding application. Okay.
No, show, councillor.
No, I understand that.
Thank you.
I'll second Andrew's.
Okay, thank you. So we have an amendment. So what the debate, Ryan, you're going to have to come take the chair. The debate will be taken in tandem, like in previous ones. I'm really sorry that I'm having to go for this because I feel quite strongly about the benefits that Boone brings to the city. But anyway, enough said on that. Are you happy to? Yeah.
Come back. I'm going to hear the debate. Can I leave it up to you as to whether I can vote or not?
That's normal.
What's the?
He hasn't.
Is it my choice?
He hasn't heard all the questions.
No, I just want to ask her
during the debate.
why it's
Can
words
you
before he
vote?
goes.
It's entirely your decision to do that. The recommendation is that as long as you feel informed to make the decision, then
I'll listen to the
That's
debate.
fine.
I've done it already. Thank you.
Yeah, the debate should inform.
Thank you.
Okay, so rather than me go halfway through the process and then Councillor Hamilton take over, would you be prepared to come? Thanks.
The amendment hasn't been put up. I wanted the $26,000 to remain with the Boone Festival and the other $26,000 to be divided up amongst the AMP, the Clarence Street Theatre and the Drifters Club. So the other 3 that were declined. So can I just raise that before you leave, Chair?
Yep.
You said that you felt very strongly about it. You wanted to get Boone Festival to still receive their 26,000. Well, they are under this motion. Okay, just to be clear about what you said
Yeah, it was
earlier.
Yeah, I understood that. I was talking about the other ones that were left off, the drifters and the other one. So, I would have talked to that in debate, but I'm out of time. But I will be back in about 3/4 of an hour. Thank you, councillor. Thank you very much, Ryan.
So just to be clear, Mayor Andrew, the other 26,000 you want us, are you saying you want them split evenly between?
Not evenly, percentage-wise between what they've asked for.
Proportionate to what their applications were.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we,
So I was just wondering if it was a third, because the rock and roll people will get more than they asked for then.
well, yeah, sorry, just point of clarification on that. We need to know exactly what we're taking off, because now we're taking off 20% off the festival and 20% off the balloons. And we've already heard from the General Manager that even 10% is going to be significant to them. So we need to see the actual numbers of who we're taking what off and who we're giving what
would
to.
take 96,000 for balloons and 112, is that right?
Of the festival.
Of the festival. Something like that. I had these before.
Yeah, that sounds about right, eh? Yeah. Why don't we adjourn for 5?
Adjourn for 5 while the mayor and
All right, everyone, we'll come back. We're still on questions, eh?
Sorry?
We're still on questions.
Yep, still on
Organised chaos. All right, we're still in questions, and I'm going to go next on the board. No.
The last chief promised us debate.
She's not here. Councillor Rob, you're up.
I had a question.
Okay, that's the end of questions, is it? Yep, we'll get the amendment and motion up. I just have one question before we move into debate for Sean. Are there any unintended consequences here of the motion or the amendment in terms of the removal of those bigger funds?
Look, it relates to a question I received earlier on, and I was sort of reasonably soft in my answer, but I think it'll put the Hamilton Garden Arts Festival in jeopardy of whether or not they would operate this year. They might. I can't speak for them at all, but I do know that they are severely stretched, so I think a drop in funding, bearing in mind they had 130,000 last year to the level 130 last year, would be a very material impact. My only other comment that I would have, I made a comment earlier on about AMP Shows Trust, and I just struggle with that. It is a well-established event. It's a big picture, big dollar event. It's incredibly well funded. Why would we put a few $1,000s into it? That would be my only question, and it would set a precedent up for the future or an expectation for the future.
Okay, we're into debate, so we'll start with the mover of the motion and then the mover of the amendment.
Wait until the General Manager's ready to hear these important points.
I am listening. I can multitask.
Oh, good. Look, I think we're all aware that we're sort of playing winners and losers here, and it's a really unfortunate position to be in. It's not staff's fault, and it's probably our fault for not picking up on the process problems we're now wondering about. We should have done that earlier. The fact is we haven't. The General Manager has reported his recommended outcome to us, and I, for one, and the seconder of the motion and others, are saying, hang on a minute, we think Boone Street as an individual event adds things like a good artistic legacy. It brings profile to the city. It's clearly done that. It brings a large number of members of the community, both from inside Hamilton and outside, to the city when it's to participate and to look at. We heard from Nancy Cager today that it's actually an attractor to people from outside the city. I think we've all been pleased at the aesthetic sort of value that we've derived as a city. If we could see through the wall here, we would see some of that. And that's definitely not the only one. There was quite an eclectic mix of street art that was put forward as a result. I think it certainly added to the city. I'd love to see that happen bigger and better every year and use that to draw people into the city like the balloons when they first started. And I think that's very possible. That's a modern sort of type of artistic expression, a community sort of based, but also with high artistic value as well. I don't think right now it's appropriate for us to consider the multi-year grants, and they're not available right now, as Andy said anyway. This is the only realistic place where a grant for them can be considered. I think it's we are playing a bit of winners-losers by even deducting 10% off the two big funds, but if I thought maybe we do a flat 10% across everything, then you start looking at taking $500 off a $5,000 grant, and it becomes just too small. Some of those grants, they're below the threshold. So I thought let's leave all the small ones alone. let's take 10% off the top two, give Boone, I'm proposing $26,000 when the resolution goes up there, and that is 74% of what they requested. Hamilton Gardens and Balloons Over Waikato would still get 83 or 84% of what they had requested anyway, still higher than any other grant area. The rest of them range between 50% and 82%. I've had it checked them all. So the two big ones would still do marginally better than any of the others, and would bring Boone into the picture where it wasn't before. If the amendment is carried, I will support that, but I think that's drawing some very long bows. I'm not sure that if I was given a personal choice, I wouldn't support the AMP show. Others would. We get into all sorts of arguments out of individual ones there.
Thanks,
I
Dave.
think just leave it at Boone Street.
We'll come back to you for a right of reply. Mayor, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm concerned that the Balloons Over Waikato have gone from 80,000 last year to 120,000 this year. That's a huge increase. It's a $40,000 increase, and nobody around this table, certainly I'm not aware that they needed extra money. It wasn't discussed around this table that I'm aware of, and here we are, $40,000 extra going to one group, which knocks out three of the smaller groups that bring huge resource into our city. Yes, there may be bad feeling between some members in the AMP show, or there might be a feeling that they've been around for a long time and they have a lot of resource, but they fill up the hotels in this room for probably a week during that season. There's a huge amount of money is generated through our economy through the AMP show. I know that the Clarence Street Theatre have come and talked to me about We Will Rock You, and they would really struggle without that money as whether they could even go ahead with that show. And the Rock and Roll Drifters Club, what I'm saying is I'm not trying to pick winners and losers here. What I'm suggesting is those four, to me, let's divvy it up proportionately amongst them. Let's ensure that the Boone Street gets $26,000, which I think we're all aligned on. And I am asking you to support the amendment. If the amendment fails, support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Look, I am, unlike the Mayor, I am aware that the Balloons Over Waikato is struggling, and I am also aware that the festival is struggling as well. I have been consistently raising the opportunity that we have, that we need to look at these events strategically, and we do need to pick the top 3, 4 or 5 events that do give us exposure and promotion for Hamilton, that bring economic benefits and that promote the pride and sense of place which is in the policy and guides the General Manager in him making his selections. That we need to take, either we're in this game of promoting the city and supporting key strategic events, or we're not. And having those top 3 to 5 key events like the balloons, like the festival, like Christmas, possibly as Boone is growing like Boone, having them compete with the likes of something like the AMP show or a rock and roll club just doesn't seem like a strategic approach to me. So that's what I think. It's too late now. We're only moments away from an election with possibly a new governance structure and a new council. But I have been consistently raising this issue that either we're in this game or not, and if we are in it, I think we need to come from a strategic approach. All power to the person who withdraws funding from our major events, because we know that they are so well attended and so well loved. And even though Balloons is a regional event, Christmas is not owned by the council, people think that those are Hamilton City events. So I'm going to support the amendment. The motion, because the amendment is really going to hurt Balloons Over Waikato and the festival. I'm fully supportive of theatre and the performing arts in the city, but we have a limited budget. If we want to do better, we have to look at the policy and we have to look at our strategic approach to supporting events, not making winners and losers, which is actually what I think the amendment is going to do.
Thanks, Ryan. Look, in principle, I don't support grants at all. However, we've budgeted for this, so there's nothing I can do about it. And there has been talk about, and we have devised, I think, a very adequate process for doing that, and that is Sean does a whole lot of hard work and then recommends to us, and we do exactly what we're doing now, is bash his recommendations down. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the process, and I do think I do have some support for the position that Andrew has said, that some of the things that we haven't funded, I think quite possibly the city does get value for them, so that's why I would rather see, I certainly wouldn't support an increase to the grants, but I certainly am supportive of spreading them out a little better than better as what I consider to be a better allocation than the first recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thanks very much. Look, if you're going to hurt less people, you'd support the amendment, surely, because more people are affected by that. I've got a couple of points I need to raise about this. It's you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. There's not enough money to go around, we get that. I echo Councillor O'Leary's point that we should be more strategic in this. We should be more strategic with that and our community giving all around, actually, rather than being reactive, because that's expensive. It's knee-jerk and it's emotional, especially in election year. Look, if I was on this group that was allocating this, and I love my rowing, I'm good friends with many rowers, but I wouldn't be giving it to the Waikato 100, because the extent of that is you pretty much turn up at 7 o'clock in the morning and they all row out of town. Goodbye, see you later, $5,000, bye-bye, that's that. I just don't see the point in that sponsorship there. The Pirate Classic I agree with, but I'm also concerned if we go down this road, we are looking at giving 280,000 of our 342,000 to two events that happen in the same month. I've been banging on this for ages. The balloons and the arts festival, we're vulnerable. Unless they get together and merge up or do something together, this is just going to carry on. These guys need to get together, and we need to be looking at stuff that meets our goals in the middle of the year rather than just in that 1 month. I disagree with the advice of Sean that AMP are well funded. They are not. I know those people reasonably well. If they were, they wouldn't be coming asking for money, and they do, I agree with Mayor Andrew, they do bring people to town for a longer time, and it is a part of whom we are as well. I know they have history there, that we give them a lot of benefits because they have the facility by right for their shows. So I realise there's a lot of in-kind as well, but it wouldn't hurt to help them out. So I'll be supporting the amendment, and if that fails, I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Casson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be in support of the motion. It's the old saying, you can please some of the people some of the time, but not all the people all the time. And I think with the amendment, we just have the risk there of spreading the funds too thinly. It's a little bit like having only one spoonful of Marmite left for your toast and not being able to reach the corners, which I hate. So, look, I think now with Boone coming into the city and doing what they do, and 26,000 to them is a big deal. We now compete with the likes of Wellington, Christchurch and Dunedin with transforming dull old grey buildings and walls into real art pieces that people love going along and having a look at. So, I'll take direction from Sean on this. If he says that the amendment will be adding pressure to the Hamilton Gardens Arts Festival and the Balloons of Waikato, which could turn out severe consequences for them, then I'd rather stay with the motion where, like we said, we can't please all the people all the time. Thank you.
Mangai, Ollie.
Supporting the motion. I think the challenge here is it's a limited fund, particularly given what its historical levels were. Challenge that Sean has had is obviously squeezing all of the applicants, and I think Boone Festival's added real beauty and vibrancy to the city. Looking at it, the library now is a great example of that, and I take into account Sean's advice of the effect they're reducing balloons in the Gardens Festival, which I think are iconic events for the city, by 20%, how that will affect them.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, as I understand it, the motion, you're still reducing the recommended allocation to balloons and gardens by 10%, so that means that gardens go down from 140 to 120.
126.
And what are they getting this year? They got 130 this year. probably with some degree of trepidation and reluctance, I will support the motion, definitely not the amendment. The real worry I have is that we're not having a good strategic discussion about the long-term journey of the festival, particularly, and also Balloons Over Waikato. And I kind of think if we were at the New Plymouth Council years ago about the help we're given to WOMAT, if you can see what I mean, sort of, because the Gardens Festival is gradually over time emerging, you know, I mean, it's fantastic as it is now, but there's, from what I can get, a huge potential still. And the tragedy, or the really bad thing of this council, we're not having that kind of real scientific discussion of where the Gardens Festival might be in 5 years' time, for example, with the balloons perhaps to a lesser extent or not. So what I think is absolutely crucial, Mr. Chair, no governance model is always perfect, but this is a really good lesson. I think we need to, at some stage, during either this term of this council or the new incoming council, have a revisit of how we do this, and part of that revisit has got to involve a strategic discussion around trying to identify some events that have still potential for growth, and what is our degree. We're not the only player, but what is our potential for assistance? And there's no doubt, I just use the festival, Gardens Festival as one good example. I do sincerely believe over time that could become increasingly closer to a WOMA, you know, significant. It is significant now, but it has, I think, a potential exponential growth, and that's the discussion I want. So I think with some reluctance I will support the motion. I think the amendment goes too far.
Thank you. Just before Councillor Dave's right of reply, I think it's pretty obvious that everyone's supportive of Boone, and I'm guided by our GM's comments that they essentially have fallen through the cracks in terms of both quantum and criteria, and I'm comfortable that in this case we're making an exception to that. I think the remaining three don't match the criteria, and ultimately we've set up the criteria for a reason, so I think if we go and circumvent that now today, it sort of undermines the whole process, to be honest. And I'm also concerned that if we go to the 20% level, we'll have unintended consequences with our two flagship events. So I think the motion speaks to the essence of what we're trying to do with the best fit. Dave.
Thanks, and certainly echo everything you've just said. Our new chair up there, earning your money there. Look, it's pretty clear that we all recognise there are deficiencies in the strategy now. It's not kept up pace with where council's heading. We need to look at the policy and the process and the dollar value as part of that strategic look, and the new council should do that relatively early, I would suggest. But we're stuck with what we've got now. As Ryan said, I'm fairly sure that those other three ones that aren't funded, that are included in the amendment, not the motion, don't necessarily follow my vision of what the strategy is. That's my personal idea of it now. The time to have had that discussion might have been in April this year, or whenever it was that it came up to us, rather than trying to shoehorn it now. Boone has fallen between the cracks, and we've all heard how that happened. So let's fix that now and make a commitment early in the new council to fix the whole show as best we can, because we certainly can't do it today, I don't think.
Okay, we're going to be voting on the amendment first. It's Mayor King Mallet amendment.
The amendment is declared lost. 3-4, 10 against.
Okay, so we're now voting on the motion. McPherson O'Leary.
The motion is declared carried, 12-4, 1 against.
So it's the same suspect. Thanks, Sean. We're going to go to item 11. Jamie, if he's here. we've had plenty of discussion over this in the past, but I'll hand over to you. Yep. It slipped through the cracks. Intelligent. It's probably getting more.
Afternoon all. Just a quick recap. So this is the Parks bylaw. Council approved the draft for public feedback in February this year. We received 15 submissions. We didn't have a hearing as none of the submitters wanted to speak to their submission, and the matter was deferred to this meeting from the May committee meeting just to go and check a few things. So following the direction from that May committee meeting, staff confirmed that the appropriate processes have been followed for the Parks bylaw. Staff remain of the view that the Parks bylaw appropriately addresses freedom camping. We've had some discussion with councillors Bunting and Hamilton around the freedom camping provisions, and we've I think we've reached a position where we're quite comfortable in terms of where we're at, but happy to take any questions on that matter. We've undertaken to improve how council communicate freedom camping to the public, and looking to improve our website information to facilitate that a little bit better. And we discussed how in future freedom camping, if it becomes more of an opportunity or an issue for the city, staff can engage with elected members at such time, and we can consider the bylaw provisions at that time. So happy to take any questions.
I'll move. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Mangai. Ollie, any questions?
Yeah, Chair, I've just got one question. You have under definitions a definition for hawking, but I couldn't find anything in the policy, and I may have missed it. I read it twice, but I couldn't find anything in the policy that sets out what the rules are around hawking in parks.
What page are you on?
Oh, sorry, page 90 is the definition of hawking.
I see the definition.
But I couldn't find anything in the policy, and I have noticed that we do from time to time notice when you're driving around the city some retailers who are hawking on city parks.
Okay.
But I didn't know whether, in the policy, whether we have anything that either prohibits or requires them to have a hawking licence to do that.
Sure. Bear with me 1 second.
It's something you can take offline if you want to. It's not.
Sure.
It's not die in the ditch stuff, but I notice a lot more. I've noticed it is becoming quite common and regular to see car businesses set up in some of our parks.
Sure. We do have the provision 6.2.1, which is around the use of parks for commercial purposes, and that it requires council permission. So it might be that there's just a little bit of a misalignment that could be tidied up to link those things a little better.
So where is that, 6.1?
It's 96, I believe, on your agenda, 621, use of parks for commercial purposes.
Oh, 621, sorry. Okay. Like you often see coffee carts, very, very often see coffee carts at sports parks. Is that an example? Well, no. There's a fellow who sells cutting boards down on a park down on River Road every weekend, and I notice in Days Park there are carts that sell flowers and fish, and Swarbrick Landing, yeah.
That's where the flowers used to be, yeah.
Yeah, and I just assumed that there would be licences issued and payments made. And the one at Swarbrick's Landing is quite regular. I think daily there are. But I've noticed this guy down on River Road regularly on the weekends selling wooden cutting boards. Louder.
Okay, do you have any comment on that, Jamie?
In terms of how the bylaw manages those types of activities, it would be 6.2.1, so that council would grant the ability to manage that through granting of a permit.
Okay.
And so if we receive any requests or applications to undertake that type of activity, we would assess them accordingly.
So that leads to the next question. How do you police this? Do you police it on the basis of getting complaints, or do you have staff who go around to make sure that the bylaw is being complied with?
My understanding, yeah.
The former.
The former.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
we don't have staff just running around parks
Yeah,
all the time.
yeah, okay.
Our staff are warranted, and we do have city park staff are out there, generally doing things like mowing lawns and
Yep.
weed control and
who notice
culture
these
that
things.
sort of
Yep,
stuff. So if
yep.
they spot anything,
Yep.
then we put it through to one of the parks officers and Bev Peterson's team. The other thing is we rely on local residents and ratepayers to report things. So.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dave.
I want to ask questions about the,
Sorry, it's his fault.
yeah, about the freedom camping. There, you've got, I'm just trying to find the word page, God, sorry. Sorry? 96. 96, I went past it, that's why. I was flicking from the schedule, sorry. It's prohibited in a prohibited area, was the wording seemed a bit strange. It's quite good that it's prohibited in a prohibited area. But apart from that, when I looked up the list of the prohibited areas, the whole damn city, except for one place, which seemed to be sort of overkill, that you've got a list of about 96 places it's prohibited in, plus the one that it's allowed in, which is restricted. Seriously, why didn't we just say is allowed in? You could have heaven forbid that we had a positive sounding bylaw. But it seemed a bit overkill. But that aside, why only one in the city, particularly when you've got, you're only allowing a maximum of 6 vans? This is a big city, and generally we try and replicate facilities in close to major thoroughfares or major attractors, at least one on each side of the city, those sorts of questions. How come we ended up with just the one and way over on somewhere in the east? I don't even know how to get to the east most of the time.
So that's overseas.
Pirate Stadium has been a freedom camping spot
Yeah.
for been established since the last bylaw. In terms of the appropriateness on parks, we've kind of considered that and put that through the public process, and we didn't receive any submissions or we're not aware of any demand that's not being met. The other thing I should add is that this is just how we manage freedom camping on parks, so there are other aspects to it in terms of freedom campers can park in parking spots within road reserve across the city, and so there's a lot of capacity there in terms of their ability to stay in those spots, so that's managed under the traffic bylaw.
Have we discussed this with the, was it New Zealand Camping and Caravan Association?
I haven't had a conversation with them, or they didn't submit, but I did contact them directly, notifying them that we were going through this process and suggested that they might be interested.
Because I know in the past they've been quite proactive at submitting to us on where facilities for motorhomes and caravans should be. And it just seems like one way over in the east is not enough. And I take your point about they don't have to be on parks, but I mean, from the point of view of the public and even our council, we sort of like joined up policies saying, oh, this is just to do with parks, someone else is dealing with road reserves. It's sort of...
Absolutely agree with that point, and that's the conversation that we had with Councillor Mark and Hamilton around being a bit clearer on the front page in terms of where the public hit and the information that we provide, that we don't split it between assets, that it's just really easy to navigate through where they can camp.
So we're going to do that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sweet, thanks.
Councillor Mark.
Thank you, and thanks for the extra time you put into it after my wee tanty last time. So let me get this right. So we're going to clear up where people can freedom camp on our website, make it much clearer, etc. If we do see the need as a result for more freedom camping spots, what procedure do I go through lawfully? What do I do next then if I was going to... No, I'm going to have another tanty.
We would need to look at a review of the bylaw to include more locations and an assessment of whether there are more locations that are appropriate following the Freedom Camping Act and the prescribed process in there, and then we would just need to go out to the public and talk, kind of seek their feedback on those additional locations.
Cool. And just to reiterate Councillor Dave's point, with regards to all these are restricted and this is the one that's not restricted, do we need to go through any major thing just to say this is the place where you can freedom camp on our parks?
It's somewhat directed by the Act itself in terms of how you can't blanket prohibit. You need to kind of do an assessment, so it's basically in response to the legislation.
Great, and thanks again, appreciate it.
Thanks. Councillor Leo.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused. Under 7.2.1, which is dealing with freedom camping, it says camp in a self-contained vehicle, but then you go to page 101 and it says a maximum of 6 motor caravans. So does that mean that I've got to have a motor caravan or a camper van before I can actually park in the freedom camping area?
Correct.
So I can't, even if I've got a self-contained caravan, I can't park there, can I? In other words, it's not self-propelled. A motorhome versus a caravan which is towed by another vehicle.
I don't totally understand the distinction. Do you mean a vehicle that tows a caravan on the back, and whether that meets the definition of self-contained vehicle?
Well, say you've got a utility, then you've got a caravan which is attached to that and towed by the utility. Means I can't take my caravan to that freedom camping area, even though I'm self-contained.
Yeah. That's something that I probably would have to look into to be sure about whether we've got that wrong, or whether we need to tweak anything to make sure it covers all of the vehicles that we're intending.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Leo?
As long as we find out what it is, because there's a hell of a difference between a motorhome, which is self-propelled, and a caravan, which is towed by another vehicle. And this here doesn't actually, under this it says you can only park there in a motorhome. Page 101, page 101. Schedule B, restricted areas.
It says motor caravans, is that what your problem is?
The motor caravan is the problem here.
So it says they cannot park there for more than 3 nights, but when you go back to 7.2.1, it just says you have to be a self-contained vehicle providing the NZS sticker.
Yeah,
I think. I'm pretty sure.
Motor caravan.
Yeah, that means that you can stay there forever, not just 3 nights.
Yeah, as long as it meets
That's the way I read it. Doesn't say you can't go there.
Okay, thanks. Back to just to Jamie. Is it just a question of, do we just need to clarify the definitions there a bit, perhaps? Or?
We can look at it, but we think that there isn't any difference there. As long as the vehicle meets the self-contained certification and has the sticker, then it should be fine.
Whether it's towed or not towed.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so
That's what I would believe, but it doesn't actually say it, that's the problem.
So are you able? Hang on, Gary. Hang on. Are you able to? Hang on. Are you able to just take that offline and clarify for Councillor Leo?
Yeah.
I don't think it will be impact on today's. We're just receiving the report in the bylaw, but it's just a point of clarification, really.
That's all it is.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Councillor O'Leary.
Nothing. This is bylaw in terms of, since we seem to be captured by freedom camping. Nothing stops somebody from allowing private property to freedom camp, does it? Because this is specified, and this is the only bylaw that we have, a city bylaw that we have that addresses any form of that activity of freedom camping. Is that correct?
No. So this addresses freedom camping on parks.
Yeah.
Our traffic bylaw has freedom camping provisions that apply to the road reserve.
To road reserve.
Yeah.
Or roadside, but not private property.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. On just a bit of clarity on page 100, the third column, you've got Waikato Stadium brackets Fred Jones Park. Those are not the same thing.
You think that Fred Jones Park is the official name for that piece of land?
Well, what does Waikato Stadium mean? You've got a Waikato Stadium above that,
Yes.
then you've got another Waikato Stadium below it, which has in brackets Fred Jones Park, which is the park that Hamilton Old Boys leases.
Understood. So that's a carryover from the bylaw as it stood. My understanding is that that's the name of that piece of land, but I can go and check whether that's the official name in terms of how it was classified under the Reserves Act.
Okay. It just needs to be clear because those two are different things. Waikato Stadium is, as you say, it above.
Yep.
And Fred Jones Park is not part of Waikato Stadium.
Anything else, Gary? No. Okay, this has been moved and seconded. Any debate? Councillor Mark.
Yeah, look, I'll just say a few words here. Thank you to the staff who gave me the extra time after my concerns last time. This is the fifth time this report has been in front of us, so it's kind of amusing that people are picking up stuff now. But I'm very grateful for the fact that that Freedom Camping has gone a little bit higher in our eyesight, as it were. I don't say eyesight in front of Gary. My major concern with the Freedom Camping restriction at the moment is that, yes, there are other places they can Freedom Camp, including private property, but if we don't have control of that, we don't have control of the ablutions and the rubbish, etc. So I just would urge that we just keep an eye on it, and I think the measures we're going to take with being more communicative with the Freedom Camping community around the country will make Hamilton a much more welcoming place to be and a better place to visit, as is one of our community outcomes. And that's really all I wanted all along with this whole thing. So I'm grateful to Jamie and Helen and the team, and for Ryan to come making silly noises at the meeting. I think we're in a better place than we were, so thank you.
Okay, we'll go to debate. Is anyone against? Carried unanimously. We're going to go back to item 5, confirmation of the Community and Services Environment Committee minutes, 14th of May. Moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Leo. All those in favour? Any against? Carried unanimously. We're now going to resolution to exclude public. Moved by myself, seconded by Mangai Te Pora. And we're just going to go have a 5-minute break and come back.